theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with the mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear refrain. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out from's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us. What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey, it is Julie B Deep Dives with Pandecolima, who will be joining shortly. We are breaking down episode 2 of Welcome to Derry. Finally, we're a bit late to the party in doing this. Episode 3 will be dropping tomorrow night, but better late than never. This is our last chance to get it done. And I just have had a lot going on. I've been dealing with a lot personally, and just with my health. Just ongoing, the same garbage, but just worse, much worse than usual. So my apologies for postponing the stream over and over again. And to those of you who show up after, coming to the previous stream and I didn't appear the other night, I'm sorry about that. And thanks for coming back. And as we speak, I'm uploading my photos, which were which were supposed to be here already, but they didn't upload. But it looks like they're about halfway done, and we'll be done in a minute. So, in the meantime, I'll say hi to the folks who are here. Hey there, Trace. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Amy, or aka Pixie Vines Sweets, but we know this is Amy. I don't know why YouTube has changed the way these names are displayed. I don't get it, but it's not the same in every chat. Apparently in some chats, it's not like this. The @ symbol isn't there, and your display name is as it used to be, but YouTube, who knows? Who knows why these changes happen? It's weird. I don't like it. It doesn't look right. It looks like made a mistake or something. Like I don't know. Maybe they're trying to be like Instagram now with the @ symbol in front of everything.
Yeah, I think they zibbed when everybody else zapped. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean. Hey Noah, nice to see you. Um, I'm so sorry to hear that about the loss of your great aunt, Noah. I'm so sorry. My deepest condolences to you and your family. That's terrible news, and really deeply sorry for your loss. I hope you can find some positive distractions. You know, there's nothing that can take away the pain of grief, but you know, taking your mind off it for a while is a good thing, and then also taking the time to sit with it and your feelings and process it. Of course, that's important. But anyway, thank you for being here. Let's see. Hey there, Doc. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. We didn't get to do our From Academy last night. Once again, I wasn't feeling up to it physically, but we're talking about potentially doing it another night within the next few days. So stay tuned on that. See if we can make that happen. And if not, I mean, there's always next Friday. But yeah, sorry about that. And I apologize that for not giving enough notice either for people who were expecting it and wondering where we were. That was my fault because I didn't reach out to Doc soon enough either. Just been really going through hell lately. Just a lot of pain, a lot more pain than usual. Well, thanks, Noah. I just feel bad. I feel bad when, you know, I just disappear and I feel like I'm letting people down, and I don't want to do that. It's just it's difficult just to get through the day lately. Amy, yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, maybe it's easier for people to copy and paste the names. Yeah, I don't know. And you're welcome, Noah. You're welcome. So I've got my screenshots here and ready finally. Okay. I don't know why they didn't take the first time, but here they are. So I'm going to start showing screenshots from episode 2. Now, I'm taking a risk in doing this because last week when I showed my 711 screenshots, YouTube took down my stream, blocked me. I didn't get a copyright strike, but it took me like 2 days to finally get the replay of my Welcome to Derry episode 1 stream back up again. It is there. It is there for anyone listening who may have missed it and didn't get to see the replay because it wasn't there for the first couple days after the stream, but I kept trying to do what YouTube was telling me to do and trim out the offending sections, which made no sense really. I showed pictures throughout the entire stream and I didn't show any clips, and yet for some bizarre reason I don't understand, they identified 4 sections about like 10 to 15 seconds long that they wanted me to trim out, and that's it. And I was like, fine. I said, yes, let's trim it out. And YouTube kept screwing up and not doing it, not trimming all of it out. And then my stream was still blocked. So after like 4 tries or 5 tries, it finally did what I was telling it to do and trimmed everything out and then put the replay back up. So I could have just said, screw it, I'm not covering the show anymore. I know there are other content creators covering Welcome to Derry who are boycotting the show, and I don't blame them at all. And I understand. I support their decision to do that, but I had to just decide this for what was best for me, according to what was best for me. And personally, I've been waiting to cover this show since I started my channel because I knew this show was coming sometime in 2025, and I've been waiting so long to cover it. I'm a huge fan of it, the movies, the miniseries, and it's important to me. So I enjoy it. It's worth the hassle for me. It's bullshit that YouTube is penalizing content creators for using screenshots from episodes that have already aired. Not even clips, but there are a couple content creators I know of who had their streams blocked just over screenshots like me. It doesn't make any sense. That's fair use under copyright law, and there's no reason why we should be blocked for that. Warner Brothers is really going overboard. And what we're doing is we're basically giving them free promotion for their shows and helping them to build a fan base for their brand new show. And yeah, it's a huge show. It's a big franchise, so maybe they don't need us, but we're still doing them a service. We're giving them free promotion, and it's just wrong to do that. And some people who are monetized actually lost money because of it. I'm not monetized, so it didn't affect me that way. But there are people who actually are trying to make a little money off of YouTube, and it affects them even more than me. So that's a real shame. It's a real shame. It shouldn't be that way. But I'm not going to let it ruin the show for me. I'm still going to continue covering the show. There is no other show out right now that I'm interested in covering, and so I'm going to continue with it. And that's it. And I mean, there's Stranger Things coming at the end of the month, but that's different. It's going to come out in 3 parts, and it won't be something we can really cover every episode in depth on. Like, it's not the same because it's 4 episodes dropping at once, and then 2 more, and then I think what is it, the last 2 after that, I forget. But I need to have a show that I can cover week to week, and this is the only one right now that interests me enough to do it. So, and I've waited forever to do it. So yeah, I'm not gonna let YouTube Gestapo ruin it for me, or Warner Brothers for that matter. Let me see. Hold on a second. I'm just checking something. That's weird. Where's my... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, sorry. A little bit of an administrative issue I was looking at here. Team seats. What is going on here? Okay. It's not important. I can look into this later. All right. So let's see. You and Carl could act out the characters if it gets that bad. Yeah. Yeah, Amy, maybe we can just put on a little reenactment here or something. I don't know. Yeah, Doc said, yeah, in the end it's their show, so it is what it is. It's a good show. Yeah, I agree, I agree. I enjoy it. It's a show worth covering. Right now it's it's not quite living up to my very high expectations yet. I'm not saying I don't like the show, but it's a little difficult to live up to this much hype when you have a franchise that's so popular, a story that's so popular, and you have all this buildup and hype and excitement. Pennywise is iconic, and we keep waiting to see him, and we're 2 episodes in, and we still haven't seen the clown. We all want to see Pennywise the clown, and he has not made an appearance yet. I think maybe by episode 3 we might see him, but who knows? And it's not just that. There are elements of the show I'm not fond of, and I'll get into that as we break down the episode. I do think that they lean a bit too much into shock value gore instead of psychological horror that really is the foundation of this story. The real terror of this story is the psychological horror of this creature that uses your darkest fears to terrorize you. And we're reducing that to a bunch of disgusting blood and guts and, nasty, birth.
A lot of badge related horror.
Yeah, like nasty birth scenes in both episodes 1 and 2. It just felt kind of redundant. I mean, what is it with this ongoing theme of disgusting, monstrous births from hell? In episode 1, we had the phantom woman who picked up Maddie in the car give birth to that demon baby thing in the car. And in this episode we had a vision of Ronnie's deceased mother giving birth to her again. She's like, oh god, it was horrifying. And I don't know, I just don't think we need that much blood and guts for this show, for this story to be scary. The movies are way less gory than this, and it's just not necessary. Personally, I'm not a big fan of that, and I think that they got rid of, I don't know, they may have gotten rid of their best kid characters in the first episode. Just my opinion. The ones they killed off, I liked the best, and the ones they're bringing in to replace them, I don't think they're as entertaining so far.
Not as dynamic.
Yeah, not quite. But anyway, not to be a downer, there's a lot to enjoy about this show. I think it still has a lot of potential, and so yeah, we'll see. We're only 2 episodes in out of an 8-episode season, so we have a lot more to go. And let's see. There's a lot of intriguing stuff going on. Like this episode opens with a dream sequence. And speak of the devil, speak of these the characters I was referring to who got killed off a little too early, I think, right out of the gate. These kids here. This was my favorite kid right here. I thought his name was Will, but now we have another kid named Will, so maybe not. I don't remember his name now, but yeah. I thought he was the best. He was funny. He was the one who was obsessed with aliens. I just liked him, and he's already dead. So that sucks. And they rubbed it in a little by showing this dream sequence. His friend was okay for me. His friend, the Jewish boy, I forget his name as well. I'm terrible with names, but he was one of the, can't even remember the last name, because he, Eurus.
He was like related to Stan, right? Or no?
Yeah, he was related to Stanley Eurus. And he was just an okay character, but yeah, he's gone too. Thanks to this demon mutant baby attack. We see a little replay of in a dream sequence. And this sweet little girl. I mean, there was nothing that special about her, but she was cute. That was the funny boy's sister, rather. So then we have Lily waking up from the dream. She's already having nightmares from the trauma of it all, the absolute horror that she witnessed. I do admire the restraint of that scene, at least. They didn't show the kids getting decimated or anything. Like when they picked one of them up in the air and killed him, we only saw a brief glimpse of it. It was quick. It was not gory. Didn't show much at all. So I liked that, actually. We didn't actually see those kids get killed. We didn't see this little girl get killed. I'm glad that happened off screen. We don't need to show every gory detail for it to be scary. It's not necessary.
I think his name was sweetie. I think his name was Phil. Maybe that's why you were hearing Will.
Oh yeah,
him right there.
Yeah, that's right. It rhymes with Will, so that's okay. It was
and the
Phil.
other one was named Teddy.
Okay, Phil.
Teddy Eurus. And Phil Malkin was the character's name.
Okay.
This is correct here. Yeah.
Phil and Teddy were the ones who got killed, and yeah, that was Phil's little sister. So yeah, and Lily is a likable character. I don't think she's as entertaining, but she's got a lot of heart. So yeah, and she's a great actress too. This kid is she's a great screamer, that's for sure. She's had to do a lot of screaming in the first 2 episodes, and it's very believable. She's in some of the best scenes in this episode, actually. I think the supermarket scene is harrowing. That's why I used it as my thumbnail. But we'll get to that. That's way at the end. Now the opening credit sequence, this was new. I was like, it stopped me in my tracks when this came on, because there was no opening credit sequence in the first episode. All we saw was the title flash on the screen. So that's cool. That happens sometimes. The opening premiere episode sometimes does not have a credit sequence, and then episode 2 comes and voila, here it is. Surprise. I like that, because in recent years, these have kind of gone out of style. For a while, they had anyway. And now they've started to come back. Like in the 2010s, we didn't see as many of these. And I think in the last few years, they have started to come back. And it brings more character to the show. I like it. I don't know if we're going to get this in every episode, this same one, or if it's going to change at all. I'm guessing it's probably going to be like this every week, because this is very detailed and intricate. So I doubt this is like a one-off just for this. Even though this was a special episode, they aired it early, on the early morning of Halloween over a week ago, and here we are covering it now. But they did that for Halloween, and we did stream it in my Discord. If anyone wants to watch these live when they drop, I'll be streaming them as usual every week. I even did it at 3 a.m. Eastern time when they dropped it on Halloween. And it was fun. We actually had a pretty good turnout. So yeah, if you want to watch with us, check it out. Sunday nights in the Discord at 9 p.m. Eastern time is when it drops. Starting tomorrow night, we'll be back to our usual Sunday night. So here's the Paul Bunyan statue that they're currently planning on building that we see here. Paul Bunyan is a classic symbol in American history, rustic American, wholesome symbol, and something that brings people together, and
a wholesome mythological figure.
Yes. And a figure that brings people together, and that seems to be why the people in this town don't want him here. But I'll get into that in the next scene coming up. So then we have a wholesome American family having a picnic. A little girl looking in a sewer, which is an ominous sight. We know that Pennywise likes to hide in sewers. That's his domain down there. And there's Keen's Pharmacy. That's a landmark in Derry. And what is this? That's the Chinese restaurant, which is weird. That shouldn't be there in this time period, actually, because it's not supposed to be there yet. One of the characters explicitly said that there's no good Chinese place to eat at in town. Now in the movie, which takes place in the 2010 part of the movies, they eat. The Losers Club reunite as adults at a Chinese restaurant in Derry, which is this one right here. But it shouldn't be there yet back in the day. So this is odd that it's here. I'm not sure why. Maybe just to throw it in because it's a little Easter egg for people who are fans of the movie. The Losers Club famously stripped down to their underwear and jumped in the creek or the lake or whatever together. So I'm guessing that's a reference to that in the book and in the movie. Yep, there they are jumping in with, I'm assuming, Beverly. Oh, and there's a lollipop here.
I wonder who's holding that.
Yeah, who's holding this lollipop? It's kind of ominous there, actually. And this kid looks, he appears to be looking at someone who's holding the lollipop too. He's looking over there. He's looking in that direction. And then a kid having dental work done. I'm not sure.
That's a lobotomy.
A lobotomy?
Yep.
Oh my God.
You see that spike in the hammer? That's going to go in right like over his eye.
Oh
Bam.
my God. Yeah, it's aimed at his eye. Jesus. Yeah, he had his mouth open, so at first glance, that looks like he's about
It does kind of look like that. But yeah, once you see the spike in the hammer, he's going to be lobotomized.
Yeah, he's screaming. That's why his mouth is open. Oh, that's horrifying. Yeah, this is here because there's an asylum in town, and we don't know yet what it's like. We're going to see more of it, presumably in episode 3, because the main character, Lily, has now been sent to the asylum, and she's alluded to having a horrible experience there already after her father passed away and she had a mental breakdown. We don't know what happened to her there, but back then they performed lobotomies. This is 1962 when this show takes place, and these places still did lobotomies back then. Horrible practice that didn't actually help anyone, and you know, it just basically turned them into vegetables. It's barbaric. Yeah, there's another shot of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
Juniper
see,
Hill.
And that's where they're doing it.
That's where Lily went.
Pulled that right there. Yep.
Yep, that's where Lily went. Juniper Hill Asylum. She may have even known a kid who got lobotomized. Looks like the deadlights here with Pennywise in the that must be his house.
I think that'll be that. Yeah, that'll be that house. Remember where the cistern was at, where they went down?
Right, the house that's kind of his home base. Where all of the sewers in town meet. That's underneath that is like his home base, his lair. And we saw the inside of that house in the movies. So that's looks like a family maybe living there in this timeline. I'm not sure. In 1962.
I think it's referred to as somebody's house, right? Isn't there like a name, like a last name?
I think so.
I just forgot whose.
Yeah. And then so this whole credit sequence, the camera keeps pulling out to reveal more, and as the camera pulls out, it reveals that there's a teacher pointing at this, and there's an explosion happening from coming from the house, which is interesting.
H bomb, it looks like.
Yeah. There was the threat looming of nuclear warfare at all times, because this was a really tense time during the Cold War at this point in history. So that's looming over this series. And here we have kids hiding under desks, which was what kids used to do. And there's a poster here, Duck and Cover.
Duck and Cover.
With Bert the Turtle, which was a real campaign from the U.S. government that made no sense and was just pure propaganda, because hiding under desks is not going to save you from a nuclear attack. It's not going to mitigate anything. You'd be obliterated.
It just gave people something to do.
Basically. Yeah. And then bullet holes in a car.
Because see Pennywise? Because this is where the town folk take out that gang of like bank robbers.
Right.
People said there was a clown shooting, but then they could never find the clown.
Yes. One of the historic incidents that was referred to in the book and in the movies was when the townsfolk of Derry, they apparently they took out gang members in a vigilante act in a brutal shooting. And multiple witnesses swore they saw a clown as one of the shooters, but they never found any proof of that. And there we see Pennywise as a little Easter egg nod to that event, shooting one of the gangsters. And then as part of the attack, they throw in this rabbit. Not really sure why the rabbit.
I think that's to denote that the ironworks fire took place on Easter.
Oh, okay. So another of the major events in Derry's history was the ironworks fire, and it took place on Easter. So hence the rabbit. And you pull back, and there you see the ironworks on fire.
And the little kids are burning because they were like on tour
Mm-hmm.
for some awful reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there's another horrible story in Derry's cursed history. And you got people running and screaming, and a bunch of children on fire. And you pull out even more. You see the letters in "Welcome to Derry" forming. This horrible history. You got this wholesome on the exterior. It just looks like a wholesome American town, but it's mingled. This image you see here mingled with horrible images of carnage and destruction. So perfect, a perfect way to encapsulate this town and its horrifying past and present, and future, as we know, because we've seen the movies. Right now we're still in the past, actually. So that brings us out of the opening credits and into the episode. And I noticed as it opens, there's an ad up here painted on the bricks of a building for some kind of pickles. Pickles packed in Derry, Maine.
Oh, you already know who that's referring to.
Yeah. Lily's father was killed in a pickle factory accident. I wouldn't be surprised if Pennywise had something to do with that, too. Seems to influence everything bad that happens in this town.
It's kind of a jerk.
Yeah, jerk. Then these two cops are sitting here, and they're on stakeout watching the house of Ronnie's dad, who runs the movie theater, and they are basically using him as a scapegoat, their top suspect for the murders, as they see it, of the children, Phil and I think Tommy, Teddy, Phil, Teddy, and Phil's little sister at the movie theater. They need someone to pin it on, and he's a convenient scapegoat. He works at the movie theater. He's in here arguing with his mother, and she's convinced that they're going to pin this on him. Ronnie is listening in on this whole thing, and he calls her out, and of course she's heard it all, and she's like, are they really going to try to pin this on you? He reassures her and says that everything's going to be okay, but it's not going to be okay. We all know that, but you could see, oops, I have a picture in here that doesn't belong. You can see from this that they have a really sweet, wholesome relationship.
I just saw that in the replay.
Yeah, I need to get this out of here. Sometimes I accidentally upload extra pictures from my gallery to here. So let me get back to where am I? Okay, here it is. Okay. Anyway, so let's see. Yeah, so it's really painful to see what's happening to this father and daughter duo. They're going to be ripped apart by the false allegations against him by the end of the episode, and it's terrible. I hate seeing people who are falsely accused. That kind of storyline really bothers me. I don't like that, and the way it affects, especially if it affects a child, if the person is a parent, that's even worse. And a single parent at that. Her mother is not present. We don't know why, what happened to her mother, but she only has her dad and her grandmother here. So that's just brutal. Heartbreaking. Then there's a Sam Cooke song played. There was great music featured in this show. I love period pieces and the way they feature such great music of the time. to really set the tone and the mood. So they showed a Sam Cooke record that was being played, and you have Leroy. What is his last name? Leroy Hanlon. I think that was. Is it Hanlon? Because I think he's Mike Hanlon's grandfather.
Right. I think that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the military man here. He's waiting on his wife and son arriving in town. Now, wait a minute. I thought I got a picture of the newspaper a little bit closer up. Let me see. Did I go back and I thought I did. Huh? It's not here. Well, I was trying to get a shot of what he was reading in the newspaper just to see, because sometimes they throw in interesting details, but oh well, it's not there. Especially in this, for some reason in this show and in this movie, they do that a lot. In the movies, they have stories in the newspaper. If you pause it and look at it, you can see. Like this, yeah, I was trying to get a clearer shot of this, but I don't see. It says something, I think it's probably talking about the murder of those kids. But anyway, his wife and son arrive. So they are also related to Mike, one of the Losers Club from the movies and the book. So this kid here, this is Will, one of our new characters, and he's going to be, I think he would be Mike's future father. So if anybody has plot armor in this show, it's him. He has to live so that he can become the father to Mike Hanlon. As far as we know, Leroy has no other children, unless there's something the show is hiding from us. And who knows? He might have another son somewhere he doesn't even know about. But as far as we know, I think this is Mike Hanlon's dad. So almost anybody is fair game in this show. No one is safe except for maybe a select few. I think he's one of them. Nothing can happen to him, and nothing can happen to Dick Halloran. I remembered his name.
Nice.
Dick Halloran. Because as we know, Dick Halloran goes on to become a character in The Shining as well as an older man. So those two, they have plot armor. So you can't say anyone is fair game and no one is safe. But it's nothing like the main story of it, where the entire Losers Club is safe as children. All of them have plot armor because you know that all of them grow up to become adults and come back here. So the stakes are obviously way, way higher in this show. Many more characters are, fair game at the end of the day. As they showed us, they went out of their way to show us in the premiere for sure. Now, Leroy and his wife, they're arriving at their new home in a suburban, predominantly white community, and of course, predictably, this white woman walks by and gives them an icy look and doesn't wave back, just kind of sneers at them when she tries to wave hello. So that kind of dampens the moment for them, and she wonders, is this really the place for them? Did they make a mistake? But he's convinced that it's going to be all right here. And Leroy has a lot of optimism. He's a very hopeful character. He seems to just even in the face of overt racism already, as soon as he arrived at the base, he has this faith that if he just works hard and does the right things, that, the American dream is, reachable, attainable for him too, just like anybody else. But I think he's going to have a rude awakening in Derry, because Derry is a hotbed for racism. It's known for that in the book, and it's just insidious there. It was brutal in America in general at that time, but in Derry, even worse with the influence of Pennywise. And I think we're going to see that up close and personal later in the season. With if they stay true to the book, then there should be a fire at a black bar, a bar frequented by black people, set by a bunch of racists. So, but for now, it's all, everything is kind of positive for this family as they start their life here. Leroy gives his son this telescope, and he's really smart, this kid. He's into science, and he's not like his dad. He's not into cars and trucks and just boy stuff, typical boy stuff. He's into brainy, nerdy stuff. And so his dad admirably recognizes that, and instead of trying to force, just boy stuff on him, sports stuff, he gives him a telescope, which I find commendable. A lot of dads would just try to force whatever they want on their son. But he gives him something that genuinely makes him happy, even though he doesn't understand it. And he mentions it to his wife that he doesn't understand, why his kid would want this instead of a baseball mitt. Later, he's looking at these police, and maybe not police, but like these official images. I'm not sure why he'd have them, but he has the confidential files here. Images taken of the evidence from the attack on him at the end of episode 1 by the masked men who hit him with a bunch of pipes, and they had these gas masks on. They were demanding information on the specs on a plane, a new plane that they brought there, the military. He wouldn't provide them with it, and his friend arrived just in time. Then we cut to Derry High School, where there is a curfew announced that is in effect. All the kids have to be home before dark. Maybe even the whole town. I'm not sure. This group of girls I find insufferable to watch personally. I don't really enjoy the whole mean girl trope, but here we are. I mean, clearly it's going to be a big part of the show. So we've got the popular girls, and I forget this girl's name, but the nerdy girl with the glasses, she's trying to fit in with them desperately. And she's actually doing surprisingly well, making them laugh. And kind of blowing off her other friends. She sees Ronnie show up and go over to Lily and looks concerned. And she later discusses that with Lily. In this shot of this loudspeaker, you see a poster that says radioactive fallout can reach your farm. Just another little nod to the fact that people were very concerned, rightly so, about nuclear proliferation and the effects such as radioactivity.
Marge, is that her name?
Oh, her name is Marge. Okay. And she looks like a Marge. So she and Lily get to talk, and she acknowledges that they haven't really talked much since Lily had that episode in the theater and those kids died. And so they're drifting apart now in the aftermath. Marge doesn't really know how to effectively be there for her as a friend, and expresses concern that she's hanging out with Ronnie. She's worried about it here with her Coke bottle glasses. She's worried about it because, I guess she and Lily both wanted to be accepted by the popular girls who call themselves the Patty Cakes. Ridiculous. And you know, if they want to be accepted by the patty cakes, they can't be hanging around with Ronnie. And Lily is just annoyed by this. Like, you know, those kids are dead, you know. Phil and the other kids are dead. Like, who cares about your patty cakes? The new kid, Will, shows up late, and this witch of a teacher snaps at him and says, you know, there's no excuse for tardiness. Next time your grade will reflect it. He's sent to his seat, and all of these white kids turn and sneer at him. All at the same time. It's creepy. And then one of them, I think, yanks his chair, so he falls on the floor. Classic. And then we have a scene with Leroy meeting with Colonel Fuller about the incident with the guys attacking him with the pipes. So there's that. And this overhead aerial view of Derry is beautiful. It's got the mural on the wall here, and Bangor Chew. I don't know what that is.
Probably chewing tobacco.
Right.
It's in Bangor, Maine.
Mm-hmm.
Chew this.
Oh, and I think the colonel here told Leroy that that a man had been arrested for, like, at least one of the three men had been arrested for the attack. And it's the racist guy who wouldn't salute him. But Leroy is skeptical about that, and we'll see why later on. Now, let's see. What is this? Deluxe sliced dill pickles. Melvin's.
Again with the pickles, huh?
More pickle references. Yeah, I think Pennywise has something to do with Lily's father's death at the pickle factory. The Derry Grill, good food. And then a bunch of hicks here drive by in a pickup truck and throw trash at the sign marking the future home of the Paul Bunyan Monument. Now, it seems pretty strange how much antipathy the public here have toward this statue, which is such a wholesome, non-divisive, classic figure in American mythology. It's odd. But it's, I mean, he's a figure that brings communities together, and he's wholesome and positive, and
and that's why they hate it, because they're under the influence.
Yeah, the public here, they're under the influence of Pennywise, so they oppose something so positive and uniting, unifying. And you have people there with picket signs. We won't stand for this. Like, we won't. Like, what is the big deal? Why is this worth your time and energy? And this woman here at the butcher shop was also saying that they won't tolerate this. That, yeah, she's disgusted with the statue as well. The butcher actually is not against it, and he just kind of stays neutral. He just doesn't really care one way or the other. He had an interesting last name. I think
The butcher guy?
Yeah. I think when he introduced himself to Leroy's wife, he said his last name was Kirsch, and in the movie, when Beverly, as an adult, goes back to her childhood home, and there's an old woman, a seemingly old woman living there. Her last name is Kirsch, Mrs. Kirsch.
And she said she thought she saw Marsh, right? So they sound the same.
Mm-hmm.
Remember? Yeah. And then, yeah.
Yeah, and the old woman turned out to be just Pennywise in disguise. So it makes me wonder about this butcher. And he ominously holds up the cleaver here. Yeah, it's a little weird. He said the kids call him Mr. Cleaver or something. But yeah, I don't know. I got to stop calling her Leroy's wife. I got to find out her name.
Yeah, I'll find her name for you.
Okay. It takes me a while to remember names of characters in new series. But she sees a bunch of bullies attacking a kid, brutally kicking, and
yeah, Stan Kirsch, the butcher. Mm-hmm.
Stan Kirsch, okay.
And isn't it Charlotte?
Okay, her name is Charlotte. So she sees them brutally beating this kid on the ground and rushes out to confront them, and they just stare her down, and then the kid gets up and runs. They just continue chasing after him. Meanwhile, she looks around, and all the passersby look at her like she's crazy, and none of them have any interest in intervening. They're indifferent to those kids kicking the shit out of another kid.
Yeah, boys will be boys.
You know, these two women walk by and look at her like they're gossiping about her, like what an idiot. These old ladies walk by and looking at her. One of them is even smirking. The butcher's standing there. He doesn't care. And he had said before Charlotte rushed out, boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. No, that's not acceptable. It was a whole group of boys kicking the shit out of another boy. You're just gonna stand there and not do anything about it? That's really messed up. But that's because they're under the influence of Pennywise. The entire town. It makes them what is it? Desensitized to violence and more inclined to commit violence themselves, or at least look the other way. Later, Charlotte tells her family about the incident, and she's just, enraged about it. She measures her son's height. She talks about how she believes people should raise their boys, and you can't just accept that kind of behavior as, par for the course, just being a boy. That's unacceptable. She asks her son Will how his day at school was, and he lies and says it was good, even though he was bullied already. She wants to intervene if he's not being treated right by the other kids, and he's like, telling her to just leave it alone, because if she does anything, it'll just make it worse for him, which unfortunately is true in school. If you're being picked on and your parent rats on those bullies, it's going to just get worse. That's just a sad reality. It literally happened to me. So, boy, did I regret letting my mom, telling my mom that I was being picked on, and having, and her telling the school about it. And just makes,
I can see your mom doing that.
Yeah. It just makes
been mistreating my Julie.
Yeah. It just makes the kids pick on you more. He just goes off in a huff. And we have this scene that I was not a fan of at all. that I was alluding to earlier. It's Ronnie. She's sleeping, and there's a picture of her mother who died in childbirth with her. And as she's sleeping, she has some kind of bizarre nightmare or vision in which her sheets above her body turn into a womb. She starts screaming and trying to bust her way out of the womb. I mean, it's a cool looking scene, I guess you could say, in terms of the special effects, but it was gross and unnecessary, in my opinion. I was not a fan of it. All of a sudden, she's like underwater, just as if she's, literally in a womb full of birthing fluid. And visually, it's impressive. Obviously, they put a lot of work into making this look cool. This part of it wasn't so gross to look at. It's when she's expelled from the womb that it became disgusting. She is thrust out of it, and she's covered in,
It's an ambient fluid. What's that?
Amniotic fluid.
Amniotic. Oh.
She's covered in amniotic fluid, and after birth, it's so gross. And there's this fake this fake body, supposedly her mother, with the legs open, and oh god, and there's the umbilical cord, and she's caked in all this. There's her mother talking to her, saying like, you killed me, angrily crying and yelling at her for ripping her apart and killing her because she died in childbirth with Ronnie. It's horrible. It's a horrific vision to inflict on this poor kid, to put the guilt of that on her, killing her mother. And she says now she's going to kill her father too, just like she killed her. Because she's the one who let the kids into the movie theater the night that a few of them got killed. And now her father is being blamed for their murder. So this vision is trying to inflict guilt on her for whatever may happen to her dad if her dad gets executed for murder. It's horrible. Then her face morphs into this horrible demon monster looking thing. Admittedly, it's cool looking, but I didn't appreciate this scene at all. And this was the worst part. She sees that the umbilical cord is still attached to her, to Ronnie, and it starts like yanking her back towards the womb area, towards the mother. It's so gross. And like Ronnie is trying to resist, and then the womb winds up having teeth. You see rows and rows of teeth, much like Pennywise himself had many rows of teeth, sharp teeth. So the jaws open, and I will admit this shot was cool. The two glowing yellow eyeballs, the deadlights. It's the deadlights, which are the true form of it. The true form of it, in its purest form, is the deadlights. But human beings' eyes can't resolve what the deadlights actually look like. So people see them in all different ways. And he makes people see them in all different ways, including Pennywise the Clown, his favorite guys. Yeah, so anyway, Ronnie sees that. So technically, she briefly saw the deadlights, but doesn't seem to have any effect on her. And she's like trying to break the umbilical cord open so that she can get free, and screaming. And I think she does get free, but then the fake creature mother comes barreling at her, much like Pennywise runs at his victims. And just as she gets to her, her dad opens the door and finds her on the floor screaming. And of course, he doesn't see any of that stuff. It was all in her head. It was all just for her benefit. Not really in her head, but it was a vision that was just made for her by Pennywise, by it. Yeah. Not a fan of that scene. Sorry. I'm not hating on it or on the show, but can't they come up with something other than this gross out horror? Like lean a little more into the psychological horror of it all, and you know, 2 disgusting birth scenes 2 episodes in a row. It's a little much for me. I didn't like it the first time around. But and then we go over to this Falcon Tavern, where you have Dick Halloran and 2 friends relaxing and chatting, and it's in a mostly white establishment, and you get the tense feeling like they're not really that welcome here. I just had a bad feeling the whole time, honestly. And they kind of ask Dick what secret spy job he's doing out there with the military, because he's got some kind of special privileges, but he can't say why or what exactly he's doing. Now we know a little more. He was if they're going based on the book, he was brought there. Well, I believe in the book, if they're true to that, he was brought to Derry. Trying to remember. I mean, well, I know in the series the way they're going with this is he's going to use his shine abilities against this fear weapon that they're trying to obtain and use for their own purposes for the U.S. military. And he has this ability, the shine, psychic powers, which we later see in The Shining as he's an older man.
He's got the shinning.
The shinning. Yeah. Also known as the shinning. Yeah, so he's there on a mission that he can't talk to his friends about. And yeah, these guys, yeah, the guys around here, they don't seem like they're really welcoming to the black patrons. And then this man, he's investigating the murders of those kids at the movie theater, and he's approached by I'm trying to remember. I think one of them is a councilman, and
the 2 guys that go up to the chief.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
The police chief. I think one of them is a local councilman. Another one is someone else of importance, and they put pressure on him to find a culprit, find essentially a scapegoat, and arrest the
theater owner or operator, right?
Yeah, Ronnie's father. Mm-hmm. They want to pin it on him, and the chief says that he has no evidence and that man has an alibi. But they say that the public is getting restless and they need a culprit. They need someone to blame. And they basically threaten him, saying, well, if you don't take care of this, that come the next election, someone else will. That we'll find someone who will. So they're leaning on him to pin this on that guy, even though he says he's got no evidence and the man has an alibi. Typical and predictable given that the man in question is a black man, and this is an extremely racist town in 1962, also under the influence of it. So, yeah, interestingly, like just as they leave, the chief casts a look over at this group of black men. And, you know, and then Dick Halloran glances over at the chief for a moment, and his smile disappears. It's like he knows he has the shine. He has that certain psychic ability, and it's like in that moment he senses that the chief is considering doing something dirty, playing dirty and pinning this crime on an innocent black man. Then the guys leave abruptly. They start to kind of get the sense that they're not going to be welcome there much longer. So they abruptly get up and head out. They're going to need a place where they can not surrounded by potential racists. And I think that place is going to be called the Black Spot, a place that is mentioned in the book It, and it's also alluded to in the movies, where a fire took place in 1962. At least in the movies, it's in 1962 that it's referenced. In the books, the years are a little bit different, but I mean in the book. But anyway, I think they're gonna wind up drinking at that other place later on in the season that we have yet to see, the Black Spot, where there's going to be a fire if they do stay true to the canon. And the guys head back to the airbase here, pretty drunk, and says peace is our mission. Strategic Air Command, or peace is our profession. I'm sorry. Peace is our profession. So they head back. This guy is not letting them in at first, saying that the place is on lockdown. No one is getting in or out. Dick Halloran says that he needs to tell his supervisor Dick Halloran is there because he has special privileges. The guy doesn't believe it until he actually makes the call, and sure enough, the guy confirms it. Let them in. So Dick Halloran really does have some special pull here. Regardless of the racism going on in this town and all of that, he has some serious pull due to his shining abilities. And the way they're planning on, I'm sure, using that in the pursuit of this fear entity, this weapon of fear that they're planning on using, which is it. They just don't really understand what it is. They're planning on trying to procure it. They have no idea what they're up against. And so then, in this scene, that they appear to be, I think they're on the hunt looking for it. They believe that it's buried somewhere underground. This item that can cause so much fear in a person that they die right on the spot. And they want to use that in the Cold War to basically put a stop to it. And so, yeah, they're out there digging. We get a glimpse of this Native American man watching them through binoculars. There are going to be some Native American characters emerging in this series. There are Native Americans and their history featured in the book, but we didn't get much of that in the movies or the miniseries. There was a little bit in It Chapter 2. It featured the history of a Native American tribe who encountered it when he fell to earth. And they all participated in a ritual where they burned a token of theirs from their pasts. And supposedly it was supposed to get rid of it, but it didn't work and they all died. So there's that history, but other than that, we haven't seen much of the Native American history featured in the movies or the miniseries at all. And I think they're going to bring more of that lore into the series. So we have yet to see exactly how yet. Dick Halloran is here looking really sick, nauseous. I think his shining abilities seem to put a drain on him and cause some of this sickness. His superior comes and checks in with him and basically puts pressure on him, like, this is taking too long. Why have they not found what they're looking for yet? So it seems to me that Dick is supposed to be helping them locate it using his psychic abilities. Locate this, I mean, I don't really understand why they think that it's just buried underground, because this entity, it is actually all over the place. It's not just in one location. He manifests, or this thing manifests everywhere anytime it wants, but they believe that it's somehow buried underground in a certain location and they're searching for it. So yeah, I'm not really sure. I haven't read the whole book, so yeah, I'm not sure like what the deal is on that, but at any rate, that is what they believe, and that's what they're searching for, and Dick is supposed to be helping them find it. This general is saying, he's starting to think that they gave him too many special privileges and it's not worth it, that he doesn't deserve them because he's not delivering enough results. And he assures the superior officer that he's close, that they're close to finding what they're looking for. Then he hurls as soon as the officer leaves. And this is a clever little cut. As he's hurling, we see some mashed potatoes being poured into a tray. Yum. So let me check in here with the chat a little bit before I continue. Let's see. I haven't done that in a while. I'm gonna just scroll up a little bit here. I'm way behind. Let's see. I just got so carried away with the images. Let me see. Where did I leave off here? Where are we? Wow. Yeah, I'm way behind the chat. Sorry about that, guys. The chat was a little slow earlier, so I didn't think it would be that busy. Let's see. Okay. Here we are. So let's see. Preston 1120. Preston 1120. I don't know if you're still here, but welcome. Haven't seen you here before. Hopefully Pennywise will be showing up sooner than later. And wish and hope the kids that got killed by the devil baby looking thing come back, at least as ghosts or something. If not, would like a spin or a spin-off. Yeah, I agree. I guess I'm not alone in feeling that they killed off some of their best new characters in episode 1. That's a real shame. But I agree, and I agree with the hope that Pennywise will show up soon, because let's face it, he's the most compelling thing about the story of it, and the most compelling manifestation of it, even though it manifests in many, many different forms. It's the clown who's so iconic. Let's see. Okay, this is the rest of the message. Would like a spin-off with them as the Losers Club. Now that would be cool. Yeah, it would have been nice to see a new Losers Club in the 60s, but that doesn't seem to be what we're getting at all. There is not a cohesive Losers Club. They're very divided. So yeah, we just see like individual kids, but maybe they'll start coming together a little bit. Preston said because of what screen time they had, they were good actors, I thought. I agree. Yes. They were great actors and really well written characters. really well written characters, and just should have lasted a little bit longer at least. Preston said they did MK Ultra to where it turned kids the government kidnapped and prisoners and other type of people into mashed potatoes, fried like brain state. Oh yeah, they did. MK Ultra was a real CIA program where they did kidnap people and hold them prisoner and experimented on them, and all kinds of mind control techniques, or at least trying to experiment with mind control to use it as a weapon. Hey, Brendan K. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoyed this episode. I found it fun. I'm enjoying it so far. I like that they're long episodes, by the way. This is a little over an hour long. That's great. I wish From would have episodes as long as that. Hey, Justin White. Nice to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well tonight. Having a good weekend. Enjoying that. Pennywise now packs heat. Yeah, he did at one time. He apparently was shooting a gang back in the day. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Amy, about the I don't know if this is like close to the anniversary of the loss of your mom, but I'm so sorry. I know this can be triggering. Especially the death of parents featured in the show. Like, that's a common theme, and it can definitely be a triggering thing, and it's something you never heal from, the loss of a parent. So I'm really sorry. I'll try to keep the triggering talk to a low if we can. So let's see. Yeah, stay strong, Noah. I'm sure you got this. You could be strong for your family. Absolutely. Let's see. Preston said it reminds me of the history of my hometown. Like, that's about right. Oh no, you have a hometown with a messed up history? Damn. If it rivals Derry, that's pretty bad. By the way, hi Faith and Repentance. Thanks for being here. I think in my earlier stream you had put up a message asking people to like, share, subscribe, and stuff. Truly appreciate all your support. Thank you so much. Some of the messages got deleted by YouTube when I rescheduled the stream. So that was not me. It's something YouTube does automatically. Hey, Jen. Nice to see you. Hi, everyone. Just watched the first 2 episodes last night. I've never seen the movies, but I thought it was exceedingly creepy and excellent. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far myself. I highly recommend watching the movies. You don't have to at all to appreciate the show, but they are in the same universe as the show, and it'll enhance your enjoyment of the show if you do watch chapter 1 and 2. And you'll notice references and little Easter eggs in the show relating to the movies. So can't recommend it enough. I loved the movies. So far, I don't love the show as much as the movies, but we'll see. It's still early. So, and let's see. Oh, hi, Tommy. No, I crash out. That's a cool name. Haven't seen you before. Welcome. Nice to see you. It's always cool to see some new names in the chat. Episode 3 is Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, and we're going to be streaming it in the Discord if you need a place to watch or just like to watch with other people and in a watch party. It's fun that way. I enjoy it. I'll be streaming it when it drops. So if you want to join, the Discord link is in the description of this video, and we have a watch party channel just for it. Welcome to Derry. If you scroll down, that's where we'll be at 9 p.m. Eastern, streaming that Sunday night. Let's see. Okay, scrolling down a little bit, trying to catch up with you guys. Let's see. And thanks, Justin. Happy Saturday to you too. Hope you're having a good one. Justin said Doug was in the show allegedly, so it's okay, Julie. Yeah, it looked. There was a brief shot near the end of the show. I think it was in the preview for episode 3, and it looked a lot like Doug Hughes on our friend from. It looked a lot like him, but we asked him when he was someone in my chat asked him this week whether that was him on Welcome to Derry, and he said it wasn't. So I don't know, he could be playing coy, but according to Doug, he's not on the show, unfortunately, which is a bummer because that would have been a really cool thing. We love Doug, so that would have been really wild if you were in this show. And welcome, Stardazer 1. If you like this show, you should also watch the Institute series, another Stephen King adaptation. Yes, actually, we covered that show on this channel. We did weekly lives for the Institute, and it was a good show. It was a great concept. Sometimes it wasn't always quite as strong as it could have been, I think, but there was a lot to enjoy about it, and I do love the concept of that show. So, and it's renewed for a season 2. It's coming back for more, so that's cool. And yeah, it's cool to see another new name in the chat. Awesome. So anyway, let's see. Okay, Bill Chill. Hey, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Okay, Brandon said, I heard they are going to show Pennywise true form, not the clown form or the spider. It may be the mist with the deadlights. Oh, I hope not. We need to see some actual Pennywise the clown. And I've seen him in promo footage, so I do think he's going to pop up at some point. But who knows when? But he's been in footage for like a preview that I saw for the whole season. So I do think he's going to be there eventually. Let's see. Faith said, from the experience of others I know. Yeah, Faith is right, Amy. Like, the government likes to deny up to 3 times before giving in to approve you. So like, for if she's talking about, I'm not sure if she's talking about disability or what. Yeah, disability. That's right. Absolutely. I can vouch for that. I've seen that happen. So yeah, so don't give up. Yeah, and I highly recommend getting a disability lawyer to help you. Seriously, it's worth it. They take a cut, but it's worth it. And we're here for you, Amy. Anything that we can do for help to help you, please let us know. You're not alone. We're here to support you however we can. So just let us know if you want to start a GoFundMe and we can promote it for you. We're happy to do that. So no, we've got you however we can. You're not alone in this, and we're here to talk to anytime too. Let's see. And if you have a Cash App, like Brandon was saying, you can share that too. Doesn't have to be just a GoFundMe. If it doesn't have to be a GoFundMe. Don't worry about, nobody should make you feel guilty for helping you either. That's terrible. That's terrible. That wasn't a real friend. Trace, oh wow. Trace said, Carl, I'm gonna go visit you and Julie. I'm only a few hours away. No way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's awesome.
That is in Chicago.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dos Trace.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be great. I've only met just Carl and of course Doc from online from this community. So it would be really cool to meet another member of the community, to meet you. So yeah, we should make that happen. If you're that close, yeah, we should definitely make that happen. That would be fun. I still would love to have some kind of convention where we could meet as many people as possible one day. But no word on whether that's happening, whether Tony is doing it or what. I haven't heard anything on that front. So let's see. Anyway, Brandon said, I remember I tried to teach my son how to play basketball. He told me why learn to play ball when I will be smart enough to buy the team. I was speechless. Wow. Oh, that's a good point. I gotta say that's he's got a point there. He definitely does. But it would have been fun to just let himself be a kid and play basketball with you. Wow. That's a smart mindset though. That really is. Anyway, oh Noah, that that's so hard. I'm so sorry you have to deal with this kind of loss. Um being so close to your great aunt and having to be strong for your family like that and break it to a small child too. Wow, that's brutal. I'm so sorry. Stay strong. I'm sure you got this. I'm sure you got this. Sending thoughts and prayers for you and your family. Um, yeah, I've been through a lot of loss in the last few years, and it's unbearable. It's not something that ever goes away. It's just something you learn to live with. Some of the closest people to me I've lost in just the last few years. Um, let's see. Just trying to catch up with the chat here. Wow, you guys, it's good to see you supporting each other, in the chat. I'm really touched to see this. You guys are like a support system here, sharing your struggles, what you're dealing with right now, and caring for each other and leaning on each other, offering support. That really makes me feel good. I love to see that. Thank you for being so kind and compassionate to each other. That's amazing. That's the kind of community I wanted for myself and struggled my whole life to find. And so I wanted this to be a community like that, this little channel here. So I love to see this. I don't want to see you guys hurting and struggling, but if you are, I love to see you supporting each other like this. That's a beautiful thing. And we are always here for you. We're always here for each other here. Anyone comes here with a problem, something you're struggling with or suffering through, never feel like you have to hold it back or feel like you're disrupting anything by talking about it. We're here to support you anytime. Anytime. We'll stop what we're doing and do what we can to support you. What else? What is more important than that? What TV show that we're talking about is ever going to be more important than that? This isn't just about a TV show anyway, or any group of TV shows on this channel. It's more than that. This community here supports each other, and that's always going to come first. So anyway, let's see. And it can help by talking about what you're dealing with. It's always good to get it out rather than try to hold everything in. Talk to people like this. And if that means talking about it in a live chat, go for it. If that helps you and makes you feel less alone, that's wonderful. That's that's what I was going for. That's what I was hoping for that kind of environment when I started my channel. So, keep it up. Feel free to talk about anything that's bothering you. Anyway, so let me see. I'll try to catch up here. Yeah, no, I'm caught up with the the placenta scene I was talking about. Yes, yeah, it looked like, yeah, to me it looked a little like afterbirth, but yeah, maybe it was just like amniotic fluid, placenta. Yeah, it was definitely placenta. It was really gross. Yeah, she definitely, like Bill Chill said, Ronnie has survivor's guilt for sure. Yeah, because she survived while her mother died, giving birth to her. So let's see. Justin said, no, Julie, Dick Heroin. Yeah, I was struggling so much at first to remember his last name is Dick Halloran, and I accidentally called him Dick Heroin. Just, yeah, pretty funny, I know. But I finally got it right. I finally got Dick Halloran properly. Anyway. We know those special heroin privileges, right? Anyway, let's see. Brandon said, absolutely correct with the deadlights. No one knows Pennywise's true form because humans can't understand the real form. Yes, exactly. We can't, our brains can't process it when we see it. So, Justin said, Carl, what's up, my ninja?
Yeah.
That's
Where
funny.
my ninjas at?
Amy said the Shinu curse will be broken by the great Carl. Faith said, I don't think it can be contained. I don't think so either. Yeah, I don't think it can be contained in anything. But I think it is possible. I mean, we know it's possible to defeat it because they do at the end of It Chapter 2, the movie. But who knows? There could be a new sequel to that where he's not defeated. You never know. The story may not be over. Justin said, wait, so they are trying to capture the clown? Crazy, and use it as a weapon? Yeah, that, from what I understand, that's what it sounds like they're trying to do. They said that they're trying to dig up some item that causes so much fear in people that it can kill them right where they stand. Sounds like it to me. And they think that it's buried somewhere. So I don't know. Yeah. I don't understand that because, like, he's not just buried in the ground. We see different manifestations of it on them, running amok already in episodes 1 and 2. He's just not Pennywise. But anyway, Shining, yeah, the moonshine hangover, right? Yeah, they were drunk on some moonshine. Let's see. Yeah, Faith, I'm glad you guys are having support group. Do that anytime, please. This space is yours to do whatever you'd like, as long as as long as you're being kind and respectful to each other. You always are. Please, yeah, feel free to keep supporting each other however you'd like. I'm really glad to see it. Justin said what they used to eat chicken fries back in the 60s. Also, damn, lunch hasn't changed in 60 years. No, it hasn't really changed much at all. I've seen actually how the average school lunch has changed over the course of the last several decades, and it really hasn't changed all that much. In some ways, it's gotten worse. Let's see. Oh God, Amy, I hope not. The government is messing with Social Security disability, I think. I need to look into that if that's the case. That's not good. I don't pay enough attention to the news because it stresses me out. So I bury my head in the sand too much, admittedly. I always used to pay attention and now I don't enough. Anyway, getting back into the breakdown. So this lunch scene, we see Lily chooses not to sit with Marge and the patty cakes. Marge once again acts like a goofball to make them laugh. Lily winds up sitting with Ronnie instead. And the patty cakes are insufferable as always. They sneer over at Lily and Ronnie. They assume that Ronnie's dad is guilty of murdering those kids, and so they hate Ronnie as a result. And Marge just plays into it like one of the mean girls, pretending like she's dying, and maybe she's next, maybe they're next, and they're gonna get murdered, and making a big joke out of the death of those classmates. Not a good look. She's so desperate to be popular, though. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Ronnie, to be honest. As a character, I mean, not Ronnie, sorry, Marge. I'm not a big fan of Marge. Ronnie is fine. Ronnie is a good character. Ronnie and Lily discuss what Lily said to the cops. And Lily was afraid to tell the cops what she told Ronnie about seeing this demonic mutant baby come out of the movie screen and attack those kids. She doesn't want to be sent back to the asylum. I forget what the asylum is called. Juniper Hill, I think. She's afraid that she'll be sent back there. But she says that she didn't see Ronnie's father. She told the police. And Ronnie was saying, that's not good enough. You need to tell them everything, what you told me. And Lily's saying, you don't know what it was like there. I can't go back there to Juniper Hill. I can't go back there. And she's like, I'm sure it's going to be fine. Meanwhile, the patty cakes play patty cake like 6-year-olds. Insufferable. Lily's like, it's going to be fine, I'm sure. And Ronnie jumps up and says, and I'm like, and that's some bullshit. Not a good thing to scream in the middle of a school cafeteria. So of course she gets in trouble for screaming and cursing. Winds up getting detention for that. Poor kid, she just cannot catch a break in this episode. She's really going through it. Oh, I've got that in there by accident. That's a close-up of that pickle jar guy at the end. Hold on. Let me get out of this. Go back to my main folder. Okay. And then from there, we have a scene with, I forget this kid's name, but he befriends Will. So we've got a new friendship here forming. He's the only kid who's actually nice to Will, who's sitting here eating his lunch in the hallway, probably to avoid being bullied, and reading a book, like the brainy nerd that he is. The patty cakes walk by, and this boy eyes, I think, Marge with a moony-eyed face, like, yeah, he's crushing on her really, really bad. Who would have thought? And then, hilariously, this girl just gives him the finger. It's just cold, hard stare with the finger as she walks by. That was funny. And he doesn't even seem to notice at all. He's just got this goofy smile on his face. with a mouthful of food, watching Marge walk by. Like she's such a dreamboat. That was funny. I like this kid already, what little I've seen of him. And Will is a good character too. This kid was entertaining. I enjoyed that. Yeah, so basically, like, yeah, he realizes that Will is actually reading this science book for fun, I think. Just funny. Because that's not normal. By most kids' standards. Then a random kid throws a stink bomb and sends Will running. His new friend ran away quicker than him and got away in time, but Will is not so lucky, and not only does he take too long to run away and get caught, but he runs straight into this mean lady who already didn't like him. So yeah, more trouble for him, and he gets blamed for the stink bomb and sent to detention too. Nice. More wrongfully accused people in this episode. What kind of car is this? I can't read that.
Which one? This one right here?
Yeah, what is that? Can you read that?
Let me see. Let's see.
Center? No. I can't read that. Anyway.
I can't read it either. Doesn't say Cadillac.
Nah. They featured it for a second and I grabbed a screenshot, but it's not important what kind it is, but my Chromebook is screwing up. It gives me trouble sometimes when I zoom in. I can't zoom back out. Anyway. So moving on. Charlotte goes to this little, what is this? It's like a little antique shop. She talks to this lady. Oh shoot. I'm trying to remember this scene. This lady, I think she's a Native American lady.
Mm-hmm.
And there's I'm blanking. What do you remember what the gist was of this little interaction? I think it was a very brief thing.
Mm-hmm. It was brief. But no, I don't remember.
Yeah, it was just like a brief introduction between these two. But this lady gives her this look, like this knowing look, as it tells me she's going to be significant later. And there are going to be more Native American influences in this show than there were in the movies. So we'll see more of her. And then we have detention, and it says, detention. Mike loves Christine up here. Christine is the name of another Stephen King work. Might have been thrown in there for that reason. Susan was here. Bert, Principal Dunleavy, and then there's a funny picture of him. This one says, fuck Betty. And another picture, an unflattering picture of someone. This one says, I see you. It's kind of creepy. And there are footprints on the chalkboard somehow. That's weird. And a cat. Oh, and a lady's naked rack there, too. I just noticed that. At least part of it. We can't see the whole thing. Oh, and a ball sack. That's great. There's a dick and a ball sack right there. Of course. Of course. What else would you expect from a high school detention chalkboard without a teacher presiding over it? I don't never heard of a detention with no teacher.
Hmm.
I've never heard of that. Like, there's always a teacher. And this one says, it says slut, and fuck, this guy saying fuck Betty. There's a dick,
Whoa.
a very erect dick and balls.
Whoa.
And some
Oh, that's a rack right there.
yeah, really big rack over here. Fuck Derry and fuck something else. Can't read whatever that is. Someone drew Bert the Turtle. There's another Bert the Turtle sighting. Bert the Turtle is, of course, a reference and a little Easter egg for what is it? What's the name of the turtle in the book?
It's Mall something.
What is it? What is it? It's like MAT. Oh, why is this escaping me? Turtle from it is Maturin. Maturin the turtle. Maturin the turtle. Yeah. So that Maturin the turtle, another shout out to him here. Susan was here. Yeah, it's always fun to like just pause and screenshot these things so you can get a better look at them. W naked rack. Preston said we know what website these kids have been on. Amy said they got the principal banging the turtle. Oh, wait, really? Oh, man, I didn't even notice that. Oh, my God, Amy, you're right. The principal that is banging Bert the turtle. That's twisted. Look, he's right behind him.
That's Talk about heading to the bomb shelter.
That's what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like. Oh my God. Good night, Faith. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. She said, much love, y'all. My brain turned off when the clock struck 2 a.m. So I'll talk to you guys soon. Hang in there. Trials create perseverance, endurance, and more. Wise words. And thank you. Thank you for being such a lovely person and supporting everyone here. Appreciate you. Anyway, yeah, they are creative kids, Amy. See, they only show this for a second, and I had to pause it to get a better look. I knew it would be worth doing, and it didn't disappoint. Justin said, LOL, Carl. Whoa. Preston said, and imagine Pennywise comes in and it's like, attention class, arts and crafts, we're making some balloons. Let's get it, boys. Right? Justin, a very erect dick. Could be Dick Heroin. Yeah, maybe. The whole board was paws. Yeah. The whole board is dirty as hell. He's releasing a bomb, all right. Oh, man. Hey, Samuel. Nice to see you. I hope you're enjoying your weekend. Always good to see you. Kiss for daddy. Yeah, that was perverted, Justin. That last scene was perverted as hell. That pickle jar, daddy asking for a kiss from Lily. That was really gross. And then sticking the weird pickled tendrils into her mouth. That was really perverted. That has incestuous vibes. I was grossed out by that, I have to say. Really grossed out. Oh, Amy, I'm sorry to hear that about Social Security. That sucks. Making it harder to qualify. Yikes. Anyway. Samuel, flip me off again. The girl flipping off the new kid that was funny. At least he's the new character. He's not new to the school. Preston said, I hope they make Pennywise say some one-liners that are funny like they did kind of in the movies. He cracked me up. Yeah, there were some elements of dark humor for sure. I could expect to see that too. I think so. Anyway, so Ronnie joins Will in detention, and they compare notes on why they're there. And he explains he was wrongfully accused of the stink bomb, and Ronnie says, she's guilty as hell of what she's accused of, which was cussing in the cafeteria. And yeah, look at that. Oh my God, that is warped. That really is the principal, like banging Bert the Turtle. Oh my God, that is some dark and twisted humor. Wow. Okay. So we've got, what's the word for that? God, with animals?
Bestiality.
Bestiality. Yeah. Yikes. Wow, these kids are really warped. Well, the kids are under the influence of Pennywise too, so we shouldn't be surprised. So, yeah, Ronnie. Oh, yeah, I was thinking it was the other kid who noticed and realized Will was reading a science book for fun, but it's actually Ronnie who does, and she pokes fun at him in a friendly way for it, like that he's reading this science book when he doesn't have to, because there's no teacher there to make him. But anyway, that's the gist of that scene. With the scenes involving Will, it's pretty much just getting to know his character in this episode. It's all set up. Nothing really monumental happening. But she does in this scene look out the window and notice the police taking her friend Lily for questioning. So she knows that could be trouble for her dad if Lily doesn't tell them more of what she saw that night. So they take her off, and that's the end of that. Let me see a board with missing children. Gee, are we surprised there's a board with missing children in Derry, of all places? Not at all. It's a little girl here. $1,000 reward for the return of this girl. Were they kidnapped or murdered? Mysteriously disappeared is what it says. Yeah, maybe eaten.
Either consumed.
It says, were they kidnapped or murdered? Mysteriously disappeared. Then it says, Danielle Van Helden of Derry, Maine, missing. Information wanted as to the whereabouts. And then these two boys, missing. This boy, and he's holding a clown doll. Ooh, eerie. Very apropos. Colin Woods, missing from his home in Derry, Maine since 7 p.m., January 12th, 1962. Last known location, Booth Avenue, Derry, Maine. Also goes by Woody. Green eyes, brown hair, 4'6". So we definitely know that it is preying on children right now. It's awake. This is part of a new cycle after it had been asleep for like 30 years, and he is taking young kids like that. We cut to a scene with Clint Bowers, chief of police, and fans of the movies and book will recognize that last name, Bowers. That was the name of Henry Bowers, the bully, and his father, the abusive father and cop. He was also a policeman. So I suspect that this is a relative. I mean, of course, it's got to be. What would be the odds? It's just another Bowers who's not related. I'm guessing this is Henry's grandfather, because he's too old to be his father at a younger age. So So yeah, this is probably Henry Bauer's grandfather. And he is questioning Lily, asking her again about what she saw at the theater that night. And she he asks her again if she saw Ronnie's dad, and she denies that, that he was not there. But then he pulls a really dirty tactic on her, and he threatens to send her back to he tells her that there's suspicion on her because of the time that she spent in the mental institution, the asylum, after her father's death, and that it looks really bad for her that she was the last person to see her friends alive, and so suspicion will be cast on her. And then he threatens to send her back. He says he's going to send her back to the asylum for a while, which makes her panic, of course, because she's terrified of going back there. And so she's desperate to get out of that. She said to her friend that she can't go back there, so something horrible must have happened to her there, and I'm sure she must have seen horrible things, because asylums were horrific places, inhumane places back in the early 60s. And in Derry, Maine, of all places, it's got to be the worst of all asylums. So yeah, she starts to panic, and he says, or let me put this another way. He's like, is there how did he put it? Is there any, he said, can you honestly say there is without a doubt that this man was not present at the theater, meaning Ronnie's father? He said, can you be absolutely certain that he was not there? And he's got this little smirk on his face, like he knows as he's like threatening her, he had this little smirk on his face as he threatened to send her back. You could see the terror in her eyes. I mean, it's easy to be angry at her character for caving and letting Ronnie's dad get arrested and taken away for something he didn't do. But the poor kid was at this brutal asylum and is terrified of going back there. And she didn't actually say the guy did anything. She got backed into a corner and tricked by this cop, which was just really unfair. Great acting by this young actress, by the way. Again, she's been doing an amazing job. Really realistic crying here and fear. And you can see, she's this resigned look on her face, like she's got to keep herself out of that asylum. And when he's giving her an out, she takes it. And it's a way for her to get out of going to the asylum and get the heat off of her without having to actively point the finger at this man. He's giving her a way to sort of do it in a backdoor kind of way, which is so messed up, backing her into a corner like this. And she's so scared of going back to that place. And we don't see what her answer is to his question, but we know what it must be. That no, she can't be absolutely 100% certain that he was not there at the theater. And they seize on that, and that's all they need. They use that as a pretext, an excuse to arrest this man who is innocent when there's no evidence that he's guilty of anything, except maybe just circumstantial evidence because he was present on the premises. His mother is arguing with the cops as he's led away in handcuffs. And Ronnie is crying and screaming for her dad. It's just devastating. Then she runs off to Lily's house and bangs on the door, enraged. Also great acting by this young actress. She sees Lily on the stairs and she demands to know what Lily told them. and Lily defends herself and and tells her she didn't really tell them anything, but she was backed into a corner. Lily's mother basically orders Ronnie to leave and closes the door, and Ronnie screams up at the window, like, "What did you do, Lily? What did you do? What did you say to them?" It's really heartbreaking. It's hard to watch, honestly. This is what's happening to these kids so far. It's a lot more brutal than anything we saw with the Losers Club in the movies. These kids have it a lot worse. It's a lot less lighthearted, I gotta say. Like, the Losers Club, it was just there were a lot of fun and games in between the scares, but not so with this group. They're not so lucky. And back on the base, Leroy, he goes by the restricted area again, which is where the secret projects are underway. And then these guys come out, and then he goes to visit the man who's been locked up for attacking him, supposedly, with a pipe, when he was supposedly one of the guys wearing the gas masks. And he's the racist who refused to salute him before. But Leroy does not believe this guy was one of the assailants. And to prove it, he puts a gun down and he basically baits the guy into trying to get the gun ready to shoot him. Because he doesn't believe that this man is capable of handling and shooting a gun as complicated as that. And Leroy had recognized this gun during the assault as a really difficult gun to manage. And this guy is just not capable of doing it, and Leroy knows it. So he doesn't understand why he actually confessed to being one of the assailants when he didn't actually do it. And it's unclear why exactly he did that, why he made that false confession, and why the cops want to pin it on him. At least in this moment, it's unclear. We find out the actual truth by the end of the episode, what really happened. There's not really much more to be said on that scene. So let me just blow through the rest of these. He winds up baiting the guy into trying to shoot him. And he just makes a comment about the guy's mother, something silly. And the guy struggles and tries to get the gun ready to shoot him, and he can't. And Leroy is like, "That's what I thought." So there you go. That guy was not guilty. Leroy was too smart for these tricks. So he goes to see General Shaw and sits down with him and confronts him like, this guy can't operate a weapon like that. So he knows there's something up. Why is that guy sitting in the cell? Why did he confess to this? At first, the general plays dumb with him, that he doesn't want to reveal the truth. But Leroy, he's not having it. He wants some answers. He's too smart to be tricked like this. So what the general winds up telling him, it's really interesting. This was a crazy reveal that essentially in the Korean War, of which Leroy was a veteran, he sustained injuries to his amygdala, which made him impervious to fear. And this guy is the absolute perfect weapon, the perfect soldier to go up against it. And I mean, it uses people's fears as weapons to harm them. And here you have this entity that feeds on fear coming up against a man who's impervious to fear. It's the ideal. I mean, you don't get better than that. So that's why Leroy was brought here. That's the reveal. This is why he was shipped here and assigned to Derry, because he's impervious to fear, and they need him for that. And they wanted to kind of test it. So that's why they literally hired those guys to come in and attack him with the masks and the pipes. The general apologizes and says that it wasn't supposed to turn out as violent as it did. They weren't supposed to physically assault him like that with the pipe. And he apologizes, but he says that it was a test and he passed. He wasn't afraid at all, not in the least. And this is what they need. And he goes into a little more detail as to why that is. But let me get to that when we come to it. Yeah, but he needs him because they're trying to access what they believe is an entity that feeds on fear, that uses people's fear as a weapon against them and can kill them when where they stand with that fear. So yeah, they believe that Leroy would be the only person who could actually obtain that weapon and get close to it, because he can't be harmed by it. So that's an awesome concept. I love that. And from there, let's see, before I get into that, let me see. I'm going to check in with you guys in the chat before I move on to the last scenes. Let's see. Okay. Preston said Pennywise is going to meet his match when he meets Ronnie. Yeah, that's for sure. Ronnie is a badass. She really is. She's like Erica from Stranger Things and Gwen from the Black Phone mixed in one. Well, Erica from Stranger Things is a badass, and I've never seen Black Phone, but I should check that out. That sounds like a cool concept. Yeah, I love Erica from Stranger Things. Yeah, Ronnie is no one to be trifled with. Amy says they would be trying to talk while Pennywise was unhinged laughing while the other person talking to him can't see it. So if he acts out, he looks crazy. Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. No, more like fucking twisted. Yeah. Agreed. Justin said, yeah, Pennywise would love to make fun of Mature and the Turtle or Bert with his hate. Yeah, it makes sense. That's why for the principal, like he definitely influenced those kids who drew the principal banging poor Maturin or Bert the Turtle. Anyway, Preston said, do you guys think they will make a spin-off on Maddie or any of them after this series is over? As much as I would love to see it happen, I doubt it. They could. The reason I don't think they would is because I think we're seeing the beginning of the 1962 cycle after it has woken up. So if we were to see a story based on the kids who died already, I don't think there'd be much to show because they probably didn't go through anything crazy until the events of this show. Just my opinion. I would have loved to see it, though. I'd love to see more of those kids who got killed off. Especially Phil, the alien kid. The alien-obsessed kid. Amy said, it's like the turtle and it was two opposite forces. I think the turtle is also around to warn the kids. Hence the poster saying the turtle says duck and cover. Yeah, that's a great point, Amy. Great point. It fits. It dovetails perfectly with Maturin the Turtle, because Maturin the Turtle is a force of creation in the book, and he's the polar opposite force of it. It is the force of destruction. The two of them were existing before anything else in the universe, in the lore of the show. And basically, Maturin the Turtle created everything in the universe. He vomited out the universe, and it is just there to destroy whatever he can in it. And Maturin just kind of hides in his shell, and he tries to protect people whenever he can. He is a protector. So that totally makes sense that they would shout out Maturin the Turtle using Bert the Turtle, who was also around to warn kids and try to protect them, saying duck and cover. And it just so happens that was a real campaign by the U.S. government in that time during the Cold War. So it's historically accurate, and it's also thematically so appropriate, because they're both turtles are trying to protect. So excellent point. I love that. Hey, Shadow Skull, nice to see you. I hope you're feeling better. I know you've been going through it recently too, with everything you're dealing with health-wise. So I hope you're hanging in there and taking care of yourself. Preston said, when Pennywise burns up that building, y'all think the adults will also see him, or will it be like a vision thing where the kids will only see him in front of the building doing what he's doing? Yeah, I think that's a great question.
Question?
When Pennywise burns the building that we see in the preview for the rest of the season, do we think that it will be a vision where only the kids will see him, or will adults also see him? I'd say only the kids. Because he chooses to appear as a clown specifically for the kids. So I would say that, yeah. He like, that's his favorite guys to appear in for kids, because kids tend to trust clowns, or at least they used to until Stephen King wrote this book. So yeah, probably just the kids. He'll still be there for real, but only the kids will be able to see him. And I hope that scene is coming soon. I really do, or at least some appearance of Pennywise. I know it's a terrifying picture I chose as my background for these lives, but it is eye catching, and it has Pennywise in it, so I grabbed it. Let's see. Preston said George and Maddie went through it, so they have that in common. They couldn't catch a break, right? Yeah. They could not catch a break, indeed. Sorry. Anyway,
Here, hold on. Let me look for it. Sit down.
So yeah, they couldn't catch a break. Maddie was the sacrificial lamb for this series. To start out as the first kill, the first little child to get it, yeah, no pun intended. And Georgie was the first one to go in the book, and well, I don't know about in the book, but in the movies. Amy said they should make sure when making a show about a movie that it doesn't compromise what was so loved about the show. I agree. I agree, and I think they're not quite staying true enough to what I loved about the movie. I want to see more psychological horror and less gore and shock value. Yeah, the lighthearted nature. I agree, Amy. Like, that's something that's missing. The movies were definitely more lighthearted and comedic. I don't see any comedy in this. That's a great point. Again, I haven't seen any humor. Like, what, you know what? The only humor died with poor Phil. Phil was really funny with all of his alien conspiracy theories. Actually, he and Tony Teflon would get along really well. Because Phil was full of alien conspiracy theories in episode 1, if you remember. He was hilarious. And he's dead. And it's like that killed all the humor of the show, died with him. Shadow said, I don't think this is compromised at all. It's heading a lot closer to the book. I am thoroughly loving it. Yeah, and I think, Shadow, you pointed out in my previous live that the book is darker than the movies, and this is closer to what the book is really like. That the book is darker and the show is darker, and so that's how it should be. So that's a great point. It really is. I don't know. I'm a big fan of the movies, and I would have liked this to be a little bit closer to the feeling of those movies. Just my opinion, but I'm still enjoying the show. But yeah, it is a brutal interstellar cosmic horror like the book. Yeah, absolutely. Justin said they did say in the beginning that this show and Pennywise was going to be much darker than the movies. They did preface that, and why Bill Skarsgård returned for the role. Okay, yeah, so they warned us, absolutely. And they wanted to teach us that lesson in brutal fashion in the first episode when they showed the death of those kids, like, no one is safe. Anyone is fair game in this show. Almost anyone. There are 2 characters who, in my opinion, have plot armor. Dick Halloran and let's see, Will, what's his last name again? Hanlon. So I think they have plot armor, but everybody else, they're fair game, and so it does definitely make this darker, and it ups the stakes. And Bill Skarsgård initially didn't want to do this show, but they convinced him to do it. And I guess he was like convinced by the fact that this was going to be darker. Amy said, when you have fans that might like the movies or TV series more, it may not be for everyone, but I'm fine with it either way. So far, the show is good. Right. Yeah, absolutely. It might not be for everyone because there are fans who are really in love with the movies, like me, for example, and kind of miss the feeling that we got from the movies. Justin said, Skarsgård said he wanted it to go another level for him to return. Otherwise, he thought he left everything in the movies. It was a give and take. Okay. Makes sense. Thank you for the detail on that. I didn't know the reason why he changed his mind and said that he was willing to come do the show. So that's interesting perspective. So far so good, but it will only get way better. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Shadow said, yep, I'm glad he returned. Yeah, he was amazing. Bill Skarsgård, oh my God, what a phenomenal performance. Shadow said, I was really skeptical if Welcome to Derry would do it justice until he rejoined. Right. I mean, he's iconic. It's Tim Curry is a hard act to follow. And Tim Curry, he was iconic as Pennywise in 1990 in the miniseries. But that was a totally different interpretation of the role. It was very kitschy, and it had a weird, kitschy humor, even though he was also extremely sinister at the same time. An interesting dichotomy of humor and evil. So, yeah, it was a hard act to follow, but Bill Skarsgård, he totally reinvented the role and made his own iconic Pennywise. And he brought a whole new physicality into the role that was never there before. with all of his acrobatics, his running and jumping and dancing. It was really incredible, and it was all Bill Skarsgård. They didn't use CGI for most of his movements, even those really fast-paced movements where he rushes at the camera really fast at one of his potential victims, like bobbing his head from side to side. That was mostly Bill for real. I thought that was some sped up CGI thing, but I watched a behind the scenes featurette, and that was mostly Bill doing those movements for real. He was incredible, and he said it was like the most physically challenging role he'd ever done. Justin said we should have the next black phone. Oh, the black phone as the next watch party at some point. Absolutely, I'd be down for that. Yeah, and one of the only movies playing nearby out here in rural Iowa is actually Black Phone 2, which I've been hesitant to go see because I haven't seen the original yet. So, yeah, maybe we should schedule the Black Phone as the watch party, as a, like an ASAP watch party, and then I can go see the sequel while it's still in the theater, if it's even still there. I didn't know if it was any good. I hadn't heard anything about it, but I'm more of a TV person. I'm a TV head. I'm not as into movies, to be honest, but I enjoy them. I'm always like the late to the party, last to know one about movies. Justin said the kid who was on the cereal box, Phil, might still be alive. Who knows? Yeah, I've heard other fans say that is possible. Maybe we didn't actually see him die. All we have is Lily's account, and Lily is kind of an unreliable narrator because she's actually had mental breakdowns before. So she could have maybe panicked and dissociated and thought Phil was dead, but maybe Pennywise took him, maybe like it took him somewhere else and he's caught up in the deadlights temporarily. You never know. You never know. We did not see a body for Phil. Shadow said in the movie/series, they show just a drop in the bucket of the devastation it causes each cycle. Each cycle he would feed on hundreds to 1,000 or more. We see the story just from our characters. Right. Yes. Viewpoint. Right. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a dark story. We just see a tiny little sliver of it. Amy said the story of it already tells us that there are two opposite gods, but I meant to say it's like the turtle who is the opposite force who's trying to help the kids. Yes, absolutely. Definitely. I think he is like mature in the turtle. Yeah, maybe in some way he's trying to help the kids, and maybe we'll even see that featured in the show in some way, because the movies don't include Mature and the Turtle at all, other than just some little Easter eggs where you see a turtle pop up here and there. Same as the show so far. Amy says Pennywise likes freaking people out that no one else can see him when they're around other people. Yeah, I'm sure. Preston says, even if Pennywise shows himself as a clown to the adults, I have a feeling the adults in this series would still find a way to blame the kids for everything. Yes, probably. The adults are terrible. The adults in this town are the worst. The ones who have been living in Derry for a while seem to be deeply under the influence of Pennywise and indifferent and desensitized to violence and just horrible. Awful people. Justin said in the movie, the adults also saw him as a clown and he killed them. Oh, yeah, you're right. I forgot. Pennywise. That's right, Justin. Yeah. Pennywise, he killed that gay man. I forget his name now. And he was a victim of a gay bashing, and then Pennywise killed him. And his boyfriend saw him get taken away by Pennywise, and then in the book, the posse of thugs who beat up the gay man, they also see Pennywise the clown. So yeah, that's right. He does appear as a clown to adults sometimes, but usually he uses that form to trick children. Yeah, Pennywise likes to pretend to be what you're afraid of, so that is very psychological. Yes, Amy. And I just would like to see the show lean a little bit more into that psychological horror and a little less gore. You can still make a dark show with lots of horror, and it doesn't need to be that gory. There used to be lots of horror movies in the past that were deeply disturbing, and they avoided gore. Just saying. I'm not saying that I'm averse to gore completely. I mean, I watch slasher movies all the time, but gratuitous gore, over the top gore, is what we're getting, and I think that's unnecessary, in my opinion. And Justin said, "True. Just remember that in the tunnels, Pennywise also killed the adults in clown form." Yes, the adults, because they knew him as a clown when they were kids, so that made sense anyway. That he would appear to them as Pennywise the clown, because they knew him as that when they were kids. But yeah, he also appeared to I forget the guy's name, but the gay man who got killed. Shadow said it is in control of who sees him and what is seen. He feeds on the fear, despair, hatred, etc. Whatever he thinks will maximize, that is what happens. Absolutely. Yeah, it's, that's well said, all the worst of human nature is what he feeds on and exploits, manipulates.
Slowpoke.
Preston says, I feel mixed on the characters they killed off. I really liked them and felt for them on their struggles and loved their personalities. Wish they would have stuck them around, or at least Maddie or Phil. Yeah, I mean, I guess it was mission accomplished for the writers, because they were trying to make us care about them. They said in the featurette that was their goal. They literally developed these characters in the course of one episode. We saw what's his name? We saw Teddy preparing for his bar mitzvah, just like Stanley, who'd one day be his nephew. We saw the kid who was obsessed with aliens. He was a really fun, engaging character. And yeah, I think they were trying to make us feel for them and then kill them off to show us no one is safe in this version of Derry. In this cycle, in this story, there is not going to be a Losers Club 2.0, all of whom have plot armor. And that's what they were trying to do in brutal fashion. They were trying to show us that. So the fact that we actually care about those characters and want them back, that's what they wanted. But hopefully we'll grow to like the remaining characters just as much. The fart scene in the girls' bathroom. Yeah. Mid-argument. That was funny, Justin. Preston says, in the book, especially Patrick, Henry's friend, was a lot more of a dangerous person to the Losers Club than they showed in the 2017 movie. They made him a lot more sane and nicer in the movie. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely sanitized a lot of things, I think, in the movies. They did. From what I've heard, I haven't read the book yet. Yeah, Preston, I haven't either, but I am in the process of listening to the audiobook, and boy, is it long. Oh my God. The book is over 1,000 pages, and the audiobook is like 23 hours long, but it's available for free on YouTube if you want to check it out. It's a little easier if you have the time, and sometimes people can fit in audiobooks a little easier than reading. But wow, is it long, and it's a little heavy on details that are extraneous, in my opinion, and not necessary to the plot at all. And that's why it's over 1,000 pages. I feel like Stephen King needed an editor who'd actually tell him the truth to pare down this book. That's just my opinion. He's the famous author, and I'm not, but damn, this book is really weighted down with extra details about characters who are not important and are only there for a brief time. But anyway, it's still a work of genius. Don't get me wrong. I just would, if I were his editor, I would tell him to pare it down. Shadow said, I just watched the movies with my kids a couple days ago. They are in love with them now, too. I'm excited to be able to watch these with them. Oh, that's awesome. Your kids are some hardy souls. They're really brave with the stuff that they're not scared of watching, I've got to say. That sounds like a lot of fun. And now you can watch the show with them. I hope you guys enjoy it together. That's so cool. Amy says, I'm loving that they're using real characters and have the guy from The Shining in this. I know, right? As a fan of The Shining, I was really excited when I found that out. I had no idea that there was a character who crossed over between the two books, Dick Halloran. That's awesome. I love that. And I love that there are multiple Stephen King works existing in the same universe. It and The Shining as part of that. That's so cool. Oh yeah. Preston says, and the actor that plays Phil, he's tall now. I recently saw a picture of him and hope they do more after this series with Pennywise and Bill playing him. He does good. He's like Robert Englund with Freddy. Oh, completely agree. Completely agree. Yeah. He really makes Pennywise into his own iconic thing. I can't imagine anyone but Bill Skarsgård playing him now. Other than the original Tim Curry, who did an amazing job too. Yeah, I heard a lot of King's books are very interconnected, Shadow. Yeah. So that's really cool to see. Justin said, yeah, it's like Jack Nicholson and Heath Ledger as the Joker kind of difference with this. Right. Yeah, both amazing and brought their own unique flavors to the role. Can't really say one is superior to the other. It's just apples and oranges. They both made their own genius twist on it. Preston said, it's weird that they showed everyone's death, even his little sister's, but his, meaning Phil's death, they just showed the demon baby trip him. I thought that was weird too. Yeah, on a show that's as gory as this, I thought that was odd. So you never know. You never know. Maybe he's just abducted and he'll turn up later alive. Justin said, no, the cops in the tunnel. Pennywise killed them. Oh, the cops. Okay, you were talking about the cops. Looking for the missing people in the movie. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that's right. More adults who saw Pennywise the clown. Preston said, I know, but I feel like to prove a point, you don't have to be killing kids, and all the kids, they could do a lot by proving the point. No plot armor and no one's safe. Yeah, I know, right? Like, they didn't have to do as much as they did. I understand. I get you. I get what you're saying. He doesn't always have to be killing kids. Yeah. Well, that's his favorite kind of victim, though, because their fear is the most intense. And that's why Pennywise likes to feed on them the most. Kids have the most vivid imaginations, so they're the most afraid of him. And that's why, yeah, he does choose to target the kids the most. Yeah. One or two of them could have, they could have left it open for one or two of them to make it out. They made it where the kids just sat there and stared at the screen. I know, I completely agree with you. Yeah, they didn't have to make it a bloodbath to that extent, but they were definitely trying to prove a point. Instead of even trying to run until after the baby grabbed one of them is when they finally got up and tried running out. Yeah, that was weird. They definitely didn't react fast enough. You're right about that. Shadow said, it's Stephen King. I highly doubt the kid is still alive. King stuff likes to give you that hope to crush it. Yep. Yeah, good point. Very good point. Stephen King is dark. The killing of the kids, of all the kids, is more true to the book. Yeah, I could see that. I haven't gotten through a lot of the book yet, but from what I've gathered about it, yeah, it's a lot darker than the movies. Let's see, how low is my battery here? Okay, I'll have to plug in my Chromebook in a minute, but let me see if I can get through this scene before I go looking for that charger. So Lily this is the infamous pickle scene. Lily gets to the grocery store, doing her shopping for her mom, and see, it says Danielle. I went back and I took screenshots of the businesses around here too, just to take a better look. So thank you. It says Danielle's Carpets, carpeting, draperies, linoleum, liquidation sale. Oh, okay, so they're closing.
Doing it?
Wait, is it? Let's see, is it? Nope. Let's see. Let's take a look at it. Oh, that's why. Okay. So Justin said makes sense why From started killing off the kid now. Try to do Stephen King justice. Yeah, that's a good point, because From it really has Stephen King as an influence for sure, the creators of the show. So targeting children, it's a very Kingian choice. Yes, the shock factor will also stick with the audience more.
How about there?
Thank you. So anyway, we got the infamous pickle scene. Lily gets to the grocery store, and this kindly old grocer asks if she's there shopping for her mom again. She says she is, and apparently this is a common thing. And he says that he'll help her reach anything if she needs help. So even though he's not much taller than her, actually, but I absolutely loved this scene, I have to say. I think the ending of it was a little over the top, gross and incestuous looking, but everything else I loved. As she's going around the store, we get multiple sinister looks of people watching her. And you just feel this mounting sense of dread. Here's a big section full of pickles, so you automatically get this sense of darkness here, because we know her dad died in a tragic accident at the pickle factory where he worked. And as she's walking, I wish I could show a clip here, but I can't. God forbid. My stream got blocked last week just for showing a lot of images, so if I showed a clip, this would probably get taken down while I'm mid-sentence. But it's really eerie. You see people kind of popping up quickly and then disappearing, looking at her. There's this old lady who looks at her, and then she's behind her as Lily walks by, still looking at her, grabbing for some pickles, it looks like. Let's see, Mr. Bubble. It shows a couple close-up shots of items here. Mr. Bubble. Fun. What does it say? Fun after bath or something? I don't know. I just like to read these labels out of curiosity. Sometimes they're interesting things. And whenever you see text on the screen. Tommy Boy dog food. Okay, so she's shopping. And oh, the Kix has a big ear of corn on it. Interesting. I've never seen that old Kix box before. I guess it used to have a giant ear of corn. And so, okay, yeah, things start to get creepier. There's a lady behind her smiling creepily at her as she's walking by. I mean, yeah, that's not normal. She turns around and, she kind of looks like she has this sense that she's being followed or something. She kind of keeps looking over her shoulder and is increasingly creeped out. And justifiably so, because things start getting weird quickly. Yeah, she's looking around, and you hear people softly saying things like crazy. She's got a reputation because she was sent to Juniper Hill Asylum after her father's death. She had a mental breakdown, and so there are rumors all over town that she's crazy. So you have some creepy whispers of people calling her crazy. She keeps looking around at who's saying that. Wow, so many vintage cereal boxes here. I keep getting distracted. You've got Sugar Crisp, Fruit Loops. I can't read what that is. Something kernels? I don't know what that says, but I love all this old vintage stuff that they're featuring in the show. Grape nuts. Anyway, sorry. So she continues on. So there's another shot of this lady who picks up a jar and is smiling at her creepily behind her back. We got an aerial view. She goes around a corner and she looks at the grocery list her mother sent her with. And then in this, so you got to really be paying attention during this scene because there are some really brief blink and you'd miss it shots. Like there's this guy who just kind of leans into the view at the end cap here and then leans back the other way, smiling, really sinister. She looks up and he's gone. She continues her shopping. I really hope YouTube doesn't block this portion of the live. That would suck. I mean, or make me delete it. Make me, cut this out. Anyway, I'm going to put a fair use copyright disclaimer on this video, I swear. And then there's this creep right behind her, smiling, leering at her. But every time she looks, like they just disappear. And obviously these people are all under the influence of Pennywise, of it, to be more specific, to be precise, because Pennywise is just one of the guises of it, the entity. And it is manipulating and, influencing all of the people of this town. So yeah, like he's definitely controlling these people. Influencing them, manipulating them into being all creepy and weird like this, kind of stalking her and watching her. And got this lady with a child. Another shot of this creep over here. And yeah, he appears from behind an end cap like that. He walks out and he's smiling at her behind her back, following her. So you got this kind of sense that some evil is closing in on her. It is somehow closing in on her. And it's this claustrophobia that gets a lot worse in just a moment. And then she hears something over the loudspeaker here. And at the moment, I can't recall exactly what it was. I think, but it was related to her. The grocery store, employee made an announcement that was directed specifically at her. Someone in the chat, if you remember what they said, remind me, but at the moment it's escaping me. But yeah, it was whatever it was sinister to contribute to all of this. This was my favorite scene in the episode, easily. Yeah. So she keeps going and like she's still kind of being stalked by all these weirdos who are staring at her. And more people staring at her. And yeah, you feel like the walls are closing in, or more accurately, the aisles are closing in on her, as we're about to see quite literally. And there it is. She literally walks down an aisle, and this other, like, what is this? What would you call it? It's a rack. It's a rack of shelves. It just kind of slides into place and boxes her in. One moment it was not there. The next moment it rolls in and bam, it's boxed her in. Meanwhile, I'm distracted by all these awesome vintage cereal boxes. Look at this. Frosted Flakes, Alphabets, Fruit Loops, Corn Flakes. Like these are real vintage cereal boxes. Sorry, the nerd in me is enjoying this. But yeah, we should be focused on the creepiness of this scene. Yeah. There she gets boxed in. And boxed in by none other than her dead friends. On the cornflakes box, it's none other than Maddie and the little sister of Phil. I don't remember her name, but poor little sister of Phil. It says cornflakes, a treat for all kids. What does it say? The original, great taste, vitamins plus iron, and as if this is all normal. But then you've got Maddie and this little girl here, and incidentally, though, wait a minute, what is in that bowl? I think they're strawberries. Okay, yeah, I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't look like cereal. It looks like spaghetti and meatballs, but no, it's cornflakes and strawberries. Anyway, yeah, that was an awesome twist for this. Oh, and it says Pennywise's on it. I just noticed that. It says Pennywise's cornflakes right here. And this is a blink and you'd miss it thing too. You have to pause it and really look. I'm telling you, doing this kind of thing is really fruitful. If you want to catch every little Easter egg and every little detail, it's fun to just pause whenever you see text on the screen on any of these types of shows. Pause it and look and see. You never know what might be there. Okay, I zoomed in and now it won't let me zoom out. Hold on. Go back. Okay. So, yeah, loved that twist. There's Maddie, who was the first victim of the series, the little boy who was killed when he was picked up by that family, and he was trying to run away, and she recognizes the kids, of course. There's the little girl, and now the little girl's face has transformed into like a dead zombie face. A moment ago, it looked normal in the previous screenshot. If you look, it was normal in the first shot. There's the little girl, but then she looks again and it's changed to that zombie face. And as she looks down further, there are her other friends. There's Phil, or at least her classmates, Phil, and I think his name is Teddy Uris. Also deceased. So sinister and eerie. I just loved that. See, this is the kind of psychological atmospheric horror that I love. This moment didn't involve any blood or guts. It's just sinister psychological creepiness. Boxing her in like this, claustrophobic, getting in her head by showing her dead friends on cereal boxes. This is brilliant. This is what I love about it. This is what I love about this story and what I want more of. This kind of horror. I don't think we need as much of the blood and guts and the shock value of, a girl being spit out of her or being spat out of her mother's womb covered in placenta, and, a demon baby being, also rocketed out of a woman's womb covered in blood. And I mean, I just don't think that's necessary. Personally, I don't think we need to see all that. This story, what makes it so great is the way it gets in your head, the way it gets in the characters' heads and messes with them. It's so, oh my god, like, this is the true spirit of it. This kind of horror right here. This is what I love about it, literally. And then all the shelves turn into pickle jars. Again, this is a really cruel way to get in her head. This is a perfect way to target her. And this is exactly what it is so great at. Targeting people using their biggest weaknesses, fears, insecurities, trauma. And her deepest trauma comes from the death of her father and her feelings of guilt, because she blames herself. She had left her toy at the pickle factory, when her father went back to get it for her. And that's when he died. So she feels guilty, like it's her fault that he died. And Pennywise, or it is preying on her and using that trauma to get at her. And it's genius. Yeah, so all of this turning into pickles, and she turns around and now she's boxed in on all sides. Again, brilliant. No blood, no guts, no gore necessary for this. She is boxed in on all sides. Just magically. Amazing. I just loved that. This is so true to the best of the movies and the miniseries and the book. Like, the best features of it, like, this is the kind of horror that we saw taking place. Yeah, it was so good. Then to make it worse, of course, they have to dial it up. They can't just leave it at this. I get it. So it gets a little gorier now. She looks closer at the pickle jars, and some of the pickles start turning into other things. It's her dad's face, her deceased dad's dismembered face in a pickle jar. Admittedly, not very realistic looking. Not the best CGI I've ever seen, but okay. I mean, I guess it's difficult to depict a guy's face in a pickle jar. Anyway, it says Melvin's Deluxe Dill Pickles, proudly packed in Derry. So these came from the factory where her dad worked in Derry, and you've got body parts of his in the pickle jars. It opens an eye, and it's like, God, how about a kiss for daddy? It's so twisted. Oh my God. Once again, this actress has an amazing ability to show fear and emotion. She tears up so realistically, looking at the face of her father in a pickle jar. Oh, it's so gross. He's asking for a kiss. He sticks out his nasty tongue, which again looks extremely fake, but maybe they were going for that, I guess, trying to make it look really fake. I don't know, but yeah, very extremely effective, I've got to say. Extremely effective. She smashes the jar, and nasty body parts just kind of slither around on the ground. Um and then she looks around, and there are other body parts and other pickle jars. You got fingers and whatever this is. It's some organ. Looks like an organ. And there are other organs in some other jars too. There's that one. Yeah, there's a bunch of body parts in jars. They all start kind of jumping off the shelves. Uh, it's just, throwing themselves on the floor, smashing around her, and she's surrounded by pickles and broken glass. She slips and falls. So it's a really creepy, intense moment. I think it really does justice to the It franchise and can stand up next to the movies, I think, really, really well. Like, this is the kind of horror that I'm used to from It. Exactly the kind. It fits in perfectly with the movies, whereas the scenes with with Ronnie's deceased mom spitting her out of a womb, I don't know, that one, it just didn't feel like It to me. But this, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Even the incestuous vibes of this, I gotta say, there was some of that in the book too. There were incestuous, disgusting vibes coming from Beverly's father toward her. So this isn't entirely out of place, but yeah, this is so gross. There's pieces of his head and his foot, just kind of assembling into a ugh, another shot with his foot, and she's screaming again. This poor kid has to scream like for half of every episode. God, they must have to invest in a lot of cough drops for her to soothe her throat after every day of work. As she kind of slides back to try to get away from this thing, she slides back into a corner, and what I think is an intestine supposedly from her father that comes out of a pickle jar. It chokes her around the neck, extremely disturbing moment. It chokes her on the neck. She's bleeding from her hands, from the broken glass. The intestines are choking her and then going in her mouth while she's screaming and being choked. Now this part I think was a little too far. I'm gonna once again sound like a complainer, and I don't know. I'm not clutching my pearls or anything, but I'm just saying I prefer horror that is a little more psychological and a little less based on shock value and perverted images and themes. Like this looks perverted. Come on. You got what looks like a phallic kind of symbol penetrating her mouth, and she's a child, keep in mind. Meanwhile, this octopus-like creature made of supposedly her dad's body parts slithers over to her, and it's once again saying, "How about a kiss for daddy?" or something. Asking for a kiss for daddy. Yeah, it's like, do we really have to go that far into the incestuous vibes here? Is it really necessary? I mean, confronting her with what looked like body parts from her deceased dad, uh, boxing her in the middle of a grocery store, isn't that enough? I mean, why couldn't he have just said something else to her? Why did he have to say a kiss for daddy? To me, I just thought that element was not needed for this to be effective. That could have been taken out and replaced with something else. And this, again, I did not think this was necessary. So I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm clutching my pearls. It's just my personal opinion, my personal preference. I didn't think this needed to happen. He literally sticks out his nasty ass pickled tongue and reaches it toward her open, gaping mouth. So keep in mind, this supposed intestine of her father is keeping her mouth open, keeping her from closing her mouth, because it's literally prying her mouth open and it's stuck in there. And his tongue is now reaching for that open mouth. That's really warped. And this is supposed to be her father. Why? Why do we need the incestuous stuff in here? That's the thing that frustrates me. It doesn't need to be here for this to be an effective horror scene, a psychological horror scene. It really doesn't need to be here. So yeah, I wish they had gone a different direction with that. Just left that part out. It still would have been terrifying. He could have gotten up in her face, gotten closer and closer without trying to fucking French kiss her. But hey, that's just my opinion. It was still a great scene. I was loving it until those last few seconds, and then I was just kind of like, why? Come on. They had it. They were nailing it, and then they took it too far. It was just, for me, it was too far. But anyway, it is what it is. It's still a great scene aside from that part for me. And then as she's screaming, all of a sudden, she's woken up out of this kind of trance by the grocer, who is just like, Lily, what the hell is wrong with you? Because she's sitting there amongst a pile of broken pickles, a jar of broken pickles, just screaming her lungs out, while all of these creepers who were looking at her in that vision are just standing there staring. And yeah, the spell is broken. Now she's just there, and yeah, it's as if she imagined it all, but she didn't. Obviously, it was real for her. It's just that no one else could see it. And unfortunately, that means now they have grounds to send her ass back to the asylum, where she didn't want to go, and why she basically sold out Ronnie's dad to avoid going there, only to wind up back there anyway within the same episode. Tragic irony there. because they think that she's crazy now, and they're going to send her back to the mental institution because of that incident. So, yeah, that's so frustrating. This poor kid. But let me check in with you guys before I wrap up the end of the breakdown here. Let's see. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Okay. Amy said, I still say we need to do a stream where we can voice act out a few scenes. Yeah, that would be fun, Amy. I would like to do that. Yeah, cartoonize the scene. Well, we could do that. Justin said you, Amy, and Doc would be great for that. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They would be. Shadow said, I love how liminal back rooms the grocery store scene is. Definitely. The character smiling and stuff freaked me out. Yeah, right? That was extremely creepy. Justin said, yeah, this scene, they say, freaked out all the internet YouTubers. This is easily the best scene in the whole episode, I think. Shadow said they are all Pennywise himself. He can take any form he wants. Yeah, they very well could be all just Pennywise. Either that or he was controlling them in that moment, but I think it is likely that it could be all Pennywise, but then when she wakes up and she's screaming, they're all just kind of standing there acting normal. So I don't know. But yeah, you're right that he could take any form, including multiple forms at once. Like the old lady in It Chapter 2. Oh yeah, this is psychological horror at its finest in this moment for sure, Justin. Yeah, claustrophobia. Yeah, that's I don't have that issue, Amy. Yeah, it must be hard. Yeah. Let's see. I love how the show played on our fears. Oh, absolutely, Amy. Justin said for us, others who started at 5, 7, 12-ish years old might like the gore stuff, and we get others who like the psychological as well. I like it realistic. Yeah, it's just a personal taste kind of thing. It's not for everybody. Amy said it's part practical and part effects. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering how they did this. Shadow said, I like all the horror, It and The Shining. I love both of those. Yeah. Amy said the face is real, the eyes moving and stuff is animated. Oh, no wonder it looks weird. It looks weird because it's not all CGI. Okay. Well, that explains that a bit. Interesting. Yeah, Justin, she is a great actress. Shadow said, I like all the horror. It, Pet Sematary, and The Shining were my favorite King books. My mom read to me as bedtime stories when I was little. You are a brave soul, and so are your kids. So are your kids, following in your footsteps, starting young with horror. Amy said, this character's dad died in a pickle factory. I think that's why this is happening. It preys on people's guilt and fear. Yes, that's exactly why this is happening. Because her dad died in a pickle factory accident. And so, yep, that's why. Justin said, Saw is my personal favorite. Mystery and realistic, similar to From. Yeah, I still have to make myself watch that. You made me rethink it. I've always thought that it was never going to be for me because I don't like a lot of gore, but you've also said that it's psychological too, and it's really well written. So I'm going to make myself watch that at least once. Eventually. I have a long list still. Yes, incest in books and movies. There's a lot. There's a lot of it out there, and sometimes I think I just always find it unnecessary, personally, as a horror trope, especially. It does look like sausage, Amy. Yes. Still very Stephen King. Yeah. Yeah, because Stephen King had a lot of perverted stuff in his books. He did. There was perverted stuff in the book of It that didn't make it to the movies, like that infamous orgy between Beverly and the boys that I've heard about. So, I mean, yes, perverted stuff is not foreign to Stephen King's work at all, and including what was I gonna say? Including incestuous stuff. There are incestuous vibes between Beverly and her dad. It's not confirmed, but there are vibes that potentially there could have been incestuous, at least potentially incestuous feelings on the part of her father. It's unclear if he ever acted on it. Justin said this is a Dieter moment, right? Yes, the pickles. Indeed. That Dieter is doing, he's taking better care of himself these days and getting more sleep, and that's a good thing. Shadow said it preyed on horror of all kinds and would maximize it. Absolutely. Justin said, remember, it's it, not anyone else. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know that it's it. We just haven't seen it as Pennywise yet, but we're still seeing manifestations of it, including this thing that looks like her father. Oh, I know that it's it, but it's making her think that it's her father's body parts in a jar. Yeah, it's all it. Yes. It, the alien, has needs as well, we guess. Amy said, did her dad do something? They should have given context, I think. Yeah. We don't know much about her and her dad, so maybe her dad like abused her, or there were some kind of incestuous vibes. I don't know. Shadow said, it being really warped is the point, Julie. It preys on all the maximized horror. Yeah. I just, personally, I didn't think they needed to go that far with it. The kiss for daddy thing, just, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I think that the movies were already disturbing enough, and this was disturbing enough, confronting her with her dad's body parts in a jar, fake, of course, without introducing the French kiss thing from supposedly her dad. Anyway, that's just my opinion. Ended up there anyway and selling out Ronnie's dad. Yeah, exactly. Ironic. Amy said, my daughter watched Cujo when she was like 4 and was scared, and I told her as a lesson that Cujo had rabies and didn't know any better. Yeah, I've heard that's a terrifying movie. I've actually never seen that. Stephen King is still not as bad as George R.R. Martin, Game of Thrones. Yes, I've heard, Justin, that's probably even worse. Yeah, in terms of extreme, like, perverted things, incestuous things, Yeah, Amy, I agree. I think that Beverly's father probably abused her, not just through assault, like not just through like hitting her, but other things. Yeah, for sure. The pickles kind of look like potato peels. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Okay, so moving on from this theme, which is the highlight of the series so far for me, we have the general bringing Leroy into the restricted area, the secret zone, special project area, to reveal what they're really doing over there. It says, restricted area. It is unlawful to enter this area without the authority of the base commander. Penalty is, let's see, $5,000 or 1 year imprisonment or both. Area is patrolled by armed guards and vicious sentry dogs. So yeah, they go in there, and the general makes the big reveal to Leroy as to what they're actually working on here, like the secret project that they're working on. They've So they've discovered an entity, I guess you could say, that produces so much fear in its victims that it can kill them right where they stand. And they want to weaponize it and use it in the Cold War to end the Cold War, which was a huge issue at the time. And they think this would be the ultimate weapon, and it would, but they're really how would I put it? It's short-sighted. They're myopic and like overly, I guess you could say, what's the word? Arrogant, complacent, to actually think that they could take this thing and control it. That it's not going to cause more harm by messing with it. They're really not naive. It's another word too. Extremely naive. And they're digging. This is the thing that's odd to me. So they're digging for this thing and say that it's surrounded by something in some way, fortified, so that they can't get to it. It seems to be surrounded on all sides. I'm not sure what exactly this is that's buried, because it is not an entity that can be contained. Just a sec. It is not an entity that can be contained. Like, so, yeah, I'm not quite sure what they think they're digging up here. It is everywhere. It's manifesting all over town right now. It's not just, even if it somehow were buried somewhere, that doesn't make sense within the narrative we're seeing, because it's taking the form of all kinds of horrifying entities all over town and claiming victims. So I don't know. I'm not quite sure what they're digging for, but whatever it is, it's definitely somehow connected to the entity of it.
Aren't they digging for the beacons or something like that that are keeping it? Doesn't the general say something about that? That there's these certain things that are that keep Pennywise where he's at or something like that?
Yeah, he mentioned that it was surrounded by some kind of beacons, so they couldn't get to it or something.
Right.
But
isn't that what they're digging up?
Are they digging up those entities and not the entity specifically?
Right.
Okay, so they're digging up like the beacons. Yeah, the way that they're describing it is confusing. They make it sound like they're digging up this entity that causes all of this fear that can kill someone on the spot. So I found that a little hard to follow. Maybe hopefully they'll clarify that.
They're digging up the things that can control that entity.
Okay. So Carl says they're digging up these beacons that supposedly they think can control this entity that creates all this fear, that weaponizes fear. So, and they think that they're close. According to Dick Halloran, they're close. He's using his psychic abilities. Yeah, the shine to locate it. Anyway, and now they're bringing in this man, Leroy, because he has no fear. He can't feel fear. His amygdala was damaged in the war, so he's the perfect he's the perfect opponent to confront it. He's the perfect opponent. He's the perfect, like, I can't think of the right word I'm trying to reach for. But like, there is no one better suited than this man who is incapable of feeling fear. He literally cannot feel fear. I thought this was a genius twist what a smart, clever concept for the show to use to introduce a character whose brain is damaged to the point where he can't feel fear. I mean, what better person to try and confront
What a better
it?
antagonist to it.
Yeah, it's genius. It's genius. Yeah, because Pennywise, it cannot consume him. It cannot feed on him. He would be immune. He'd be immune because it feeds on fear, and if he can't make someone afraid, then it leaves them alone, or at the very least it would leave him caught up in the deadlights. He could still do that. It did that to Beverly because Beverly wasn't sufficiently afraid of him, so from my understanding, it just caught her up in the deadlights for a while to try to make her more afraid, and lure her friends there too. I'm sure that's part of the reason, but yeah, brilliant. What a brilliant idea. I love it. And it looks like Leroy, the man who cannot feel fear, is about to team up with Dick Halloran, the man with the psychic powers. What an amazing team they could be going up against this supernatural power. Of course, we know this is kind of the downfall of this show and future seasons of this show, which currently are planned, by the way. 3 seasons have been planned already, and each one will feature a different time period when it was active. So it'll show season 2, I think, will show the cycle from the 1930s, and season 3 is they've planned on showing, like, I believe 1908. But here's the problem. Here's the downfall with these prequel series. We already know kind of the way that they're going to end up. They're all going to have a bad ending. We know that it will always win in this series. It's never going to lose. We already know how the story ends. The story ends with the films, which are in the same universe. It Chapter 1 and It Chapter 2. That's how the story ends. The Losers Club defeats it. But these prequels will not have happy endings, and it will not be defeated. We already know. As far as what will happen to these individual characters, who knows? A lot of them probably will not survive. Some of them will, of course. They're not going to kill everybody, but the endings of these seasons will definitely be much darker. And unfortunately, yeah, that's the problem with prequels. We already know a lot about what's going to happen in the future, and so we know that no matter what Leroy and Dick Halloran do together, even though they're this amazing team, this man who can't feel fear and this man with psychic powers, they are not going to be able to vanquish it. It's not going to happen. But it'll still be fun to watch regardless. I love the concept of Leroy being introduced to who can't feel fear. I love Dick Halloran being in this crossing over between The Shining and this story. So either way, even though we know they're not going to win in the end, it'll still be cool. I mean, imagine if we were watching From and we already knew that the big bad of From is not going to be defeated at the end of their story. The characters we know from this series. Like, imagine if we knew none of them are going to be able to beat the big bad of From, and most of them are probably going to die. Like, it would be a shame. It would kind of dampen the fun and the intrigue a little bit, knowing all that. But I don't know. It's still awesome to see these previous cycles of it, and more of the history of Derry as someone who's really into the lore and loves the films, and I'm loving the book so far. I think it's awesome just to get to see this, and it would be awesome, conversely, it would be awesome if when From is over, if we got to see some spin-offs that are prequels to that. Now, of course, they'd have the same problem. Like, let's say, in my opinion, if I'm right, let's say the big bad of From is defeated in the end, and the Fromville place is destroyed. The survivors go home. Well, if they show some prequel spin-offs, then we'll already know that the cycle is not going to end with them, that it's just going to keep on going, and it's going to be a bad ending. So that again, that would be the downfall of a prequel. But I would still love to see it. It would be really cool, since From also operates in cycles, just like it operates in cycles. It would be really cool to see past cycles of From, to see the original cycle, and like in what I think would be the Puritan times, and other parts of the past. Yeah, I would like to see that. Anyway, so in the final scenes, we've got shots of poor Lily being driven to Juniper Hill Asylum by her stone cold mother. Cannot stand this woman, by the way. She's been awful in every scene she's been in. Horrible. She does look a little sad to be doing this, but as Lily begs her not to bring her to the asylum, she takes her there anyway. Terrible. This is because of her episode in the grocery store, of course. And when she gets out of the car, of course, we see some sinister, smiling adults in the pouring rain. And I think they're either part of it as well, or it is influencing them, of course. Why would they have these creepy smiles on their faces as they're picking her up? But you could say, oh, yeah, maybe they're just trying to comfort her, poor kid. No. They have really creepy smiles. So this is definitely the influence of it on them, and on this terrible place that abuses mentally ill people, and some people who aren't even mentally ill either. Anyway, they lead Lily inside. So next episode should be really interesting. We'll finally get to see the horror that goes on inside that asylum, and what's going on that caused Lily so much fear to never want to go back no matter what. And then we have at the dig site, Dick Halloran shows up, and they're lifting let's see, what is this? So they're lifting this vehicle out of the ground, and so it appears they found what they're looking for, potentially. This crane raises it up, the door is open, and these nasty decayed skeletons pop out. I wasn't expecting that. So yeah, a bunch of decaying skeletons. Maybe these were the last people who tried to access this thing. This was their fate. I don't know. I'm guessing that at this point, but it can't be anything good. This is a very, very bad sign that they've just dug themselves into a hole, literally. This is gotta be nothing but trouble. And yeah, more skeletons, nasty stuff. So that's interesting. So we'll see what's gonna come of that. And then let's see, General Shaw here. Let's see, what was this scene? Oh, okay. So yeah, here he is with Dick Halloran. So okay, so this is from the promo for the next episode. So yeah, next on Welcome to Derry. So yeah, that before I jump into that, let me check in with the chat before I do that. There may be people watching who don't want to see anything related to the promotional part for next episode. So before I do that, let me just look at the chat real quick. Shadow says, sounds like the 60s military. Mm-hmm. At this point, they don't know what they are digging up. Okay. Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure, Shadow. Justin says it could be artifacts that have spiritual or alien vibration, and thinking if they track it, they can find him. Okay. Yes, something similar. Artifacts to lead them to him, using the shining to catch him. Okay. Like how the bike in the tunnels and bodies like that may be underground. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was confused by that. Vessel. Okay. Shadow said, I think what they're digging up are artifacts and things that have had part in its shenanigans, so may have some of its energy attached. Okay, gotcha. The vehicle they pull up with the remains inside, it's from the gangster shootout scene shown in the intro in this episode. Okay. Justin said, yeah, there you go. I think that's what me and Carl are trying to say. Okay. Justin said, why is that bad? Happy endings are overrated in America. That's why people fall in love with Korean films and shows like Squid Games. Well, Justin, it's not that I'm saying that a bad ending would be a bad thing. Actually, I'm not saying that. Personally, I kind of like it when horror movies have a negative ending. I think it's a lot more interesting if it's not all tied up with a neat little bow. But my problem is that with the prequels, we know that it's going to be a bad ending. I wish that we didn't already know. That's my problem. I would prefer it to be a mystery. Like, are they going to be able to defeat this entity or not? Well, we already know that they're not. The best we can hope for is that some of these characters at least make it out alive. So that's the issue. I just wish we didn't know. But that's what you get with a prequel. I mean, what are you going to do? I still am glad to see more of the history of this show, of this town rather, and it. So I can live with that. The fact that we know a bit too much. In chapter 2, as defeated as it is, I still don't think it was permanently defeated, just beat back for a while, possibly. Just mayhaps a long, long slumber, kind of like Cthulhu. Yeah, Shadow, I agree with you on that because I was just talking about this earlier actually. I don't I find it hard to believe that it can actually be defeated at all. I think that it died a little bit too easily in chapter 2. And I'm not sure how exactly it went down in the book, but I think it was similar. And if you think about it, this thing has been around since the universe was created. I know in the book and in the movies, I think it's only supposed to be a few hundred years, but even so, even if it's just a few hundred years, this thing, you really think that it can be beaten that easily, just by a bunch of people berating it? They were yelling at it and insulting it, making fun of it and hurting its feelings and showing that they weren't afraid of it anymore. And it made Pennywise shrink tinier and tinier until he just, disappeared, essentially. It just seems like too easy for such a powerful cosmic figure to be defeated by that. I don't think it was permanently defeated either. I think that Stephen King could easily write a sequel and show that, surprise, it's actually still alive and do a whole new cycle. Honestly, like if this show remains as popular as it is, and it is a huge hit, by the way. Welcome to Derry has great ratings. It's a big hit so far. If it continues to be so big and popular, I wouldn't be surprised if Stephen King writes a sequel to it and says it's still alive. Yeah, because I doubt that it can even be defeated at all or contained. Hey, David Israel, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I'm still waiting for the Hurley and Ben days. Juniper Hill Asylum is in several of King's works. Oh, cool. Love it. Imagine the horror and despair in an asylum in the 60s. That place would be an It buffet. God, oh yes, it would, Shadow. Yes, it would. Imagine how much fear would be there. Seriously. Justin said, "Oh wow, and this place of Henry Bowers in the movie." Oh no way! It was also Juniper Hill. I forgot. I totally forgot. You're right. Yeah, I love the continuity. Awesome. That's so cool. Justin said, "Yeah, the scene didn't make sense to me until the mob stuff was told, I guess, but still don't know." Yeah, the last few scenes got a little bit confusing. Exactly, Julie. A godlike character dying that easy doesn't make sense. No, it does not. It does not. Yeah. And Carl Carl is currently asleep, but Carl, which is like something most normal people are doing at 3:14 a.m. our time. But but usually, I don't know, we're up at all kinds of crazy hours, so we're not normal by any means. But we didn't get enough sleep. Anyway, I'm rambling, but a new cycle W. Yes. I would love to see a new cycle of it. But Carl was just saying recently when I showed him the the movies, he had never seen the movies before, and he thought that they killed it too easily. That it shouldn't have been that easy to kill him. And I agree. A godlike entity dying doesn't make sense unless maybe some other god killed him or something like that, like in Greek mythology. But yeah, he dies way too easily. Shadow said this thing has been on just Earth for thousands of years and had existed outside of our universe far before then. Its only equal is the turtle that vomited our universe. To be defeated by a group of humans would be a huge nope. I completely agree. It doesn't make sense, so it's probably still alive. And I'm surprised that Stephen King didn't make that ending a little more open sounding to make us question that more, that maybe it's still alive. Anyway, so before I close this down, let me just go through the promo for the next episode. Let's take a look at the screenshots. It's a little tough to get screenshots of this because the flashing images are so quick, but did my best. We saw Dick Halloran in a plane on some kind of mission for the military. He's opening a box. I don't think we get to see what's in it, if I'm not mistaken. But he's got a box there, and he looks terrified. So there's that. We got a man in a top hat. Looks like a circus performer. Yes, that definitely looks like some kind of circus or carnival. And there's Leroy. He's up in the plane. I think he's in the plane with Dick Halloran, if I'm not mistaken. That's him. Yeah. Looking back, he appears to be looking back at Dick Halloran, who's sweating up a storm, all anxious. There's the police chief, who looks like he may be feeling bad about jailing an innocent man, maybe, perhaps. Could he be feeling pangs to his conscience? I would hope so. And tricking that little girl, Lily, into kind of incriminating him a little bit. There he is. I keep referring to him as Ronnie's dad. Apologies. I need to remember the man's name, but for now, that's Ronnie's dad. And there we see Dick again. There's Ronnie at school. Hatchet Hank's gonna fry. Oh, there we go. Thanks, promo. Ronnie's dad's name is Hank. I gotta etch that into my brain. Hank. It'll at least be easier to remember than Hollerin was for me, Dick's last name. I hope. Hatchet Hank. Well, that's catchy. Hatchet Hank. I'll just call him Hatchet Hank. There you go. That'll make it a lot easier. Hatchet Hank's gonna fry. Man, kids are assholes. Kids are such assholes. Writing that on Ronnie's locker that her dad's gonna fry for the murder of those kids, which he did not commit. Awful. She's approached by Lily in the promo. And there, the two of them are doing something, not sure. Then we've got Dick alone in the plane, as I think Leroy is flying it. And we have Will and his friend here, whose name I need to learn. We have Lily holding a camera, and she's wanting to get some proof with that camera, and teaming up with. So it looks like we've got maybe the beginning of a new losers club here. Got Lily, Ronnie, Will, and the boy whose name I need to learn. So maybe there will be a new losers club after all, but just not as fun or funny as it would have been with Phil, R.I.P. Phil, and his buddy. There's Will with the camera, flashlight, about to investigate somewhere. And there is the photo that got the fan base, the From fan base, all up in arms, because it looks suspiciously like a friend of ours, a close personal friend of ours here on this channel, Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From. And a lot of people got all excited thinking that this is Doug Hughes, but I don't believe that it's him. And someone in my chat, I think it was Debbie Abby Bobebi, asked Doug a couple of nights ago when we did story time with Doug, the Poor Player live. She asked him if he's in Welcome to Derry, and he said no. So maybe he could be bound by an NDA and is just not telling. But I tend to believe he was just telling the truth and he's not in this. Although it would have been really awesome. That would have been cool. And I would love that for him. He deserves to land roles in shows like this. But for now, he's got an amazing role on From, and I think it's going to be even bigger next season. I have no knowledge on this, just my own hunch. But yeah. So anyway, who knows? Who is this man? This unknown man? I don't know, but it looks really creepy and sinister. So we'll have to wait and see on that. Then there's this thing that says Sunny. Wait, what does that say? I can't quite read that, actually. It's a little faded. Anyway, it's an old building. And then we see the Pennywise's eyes, which also are essentially the deadlights in the darkness. They appear to be looking at Dick Halloran, but that could just be an editing trick. We don't know if these shots are actually in order. But yeah, there's Dick Halloran. Seems to be looking at those eyes of Pennywise. So yeah, we'll see if that's actually the case. But if so, he could be in the line of fire. But keep in mind, he has plot armor for days. Okay, he has even more plot armor than Boyd on From, because we know that this man crosses over into the book The Shining, and he does so as an older man. So this guy lives to be an old man. I don't think they're going to depart from canon and kill him off. Stephen King planted this book. It and The Shining are in the same universe. So I'm pretty sure nothing can happen to him. He's one of the only characters who has plot armor. So there's that. Anyway, so that is it for those images. And let's see. Jocelyn says, I hope we get a Maturin versus Pennywise final battle. Yeah, that would be amazing. I'd like to see them actually bring Maturin into the story in some way, but I don't know. I think they could. Up till now, the problem has been that this book is over 1,000 pages long, and how do you compress that into a mini series or even 2 movies as long as they are? It's very difficult. So they had to omit a lot of material, but with a TV series, they have a lot more time to work with. So we could very well see Maturin actually enter the story in some way. That would be really interesting, actually. Although I don't know how they would do it in a way that wouldn't look corny and cheesy. Imagine a big giant turtle in the sky. I mean, it sounds kind of ridiculous if you actually had to watch this on a screen. Honestly, it's kind of ridiculous even reading about it on a page. It sounds to me like Stephen King was on some really good drugs when he wrote this stuff. I'm telling you. He was high on something. And you're welcome, Justin. I always like to cover the promo for the next episode. Gotta discuss the promo, always. Shadow says a Maturin appearance at the least would be absolutely fantastic. Oh, yeah. Amy said my daughter is going to be 17 in 3 days. Well, happy early birthday to your daughter, Amy. I hope she has an awesome day, and I'm sure you'll make it special for her. Shadow said, I think these are flashbacks to when it starts to take on the Pennywise persona. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I hope we get to see that soon. I'd really love to see Pennywise on the screen soon. I think everybody would. Shadow said Shawshank Prison is another King multi-book location. That's right. There's the Shawshank Redemption, of course, and that's the titular place in that. And it's also featured in other King works, I know. And they've referenced it a couple times in this show already. Talking about, what they do to kitty killers in Shawshank. Someone says that to, I think someone says that to Hank. I remembered his name. Haha. Hatchet Hank. That's what did it. That nickname. Thank you. Welcome to Derry. Hatchet Hank. Yeah. Hatchet Hank. Someone I think says like, yeah, you know what they do to kitty killers in prison or something in Shawshank. It's a brutal place. Shadow said similar face shape, but doesn't look like Doug. I can see how it can look that way, though. Yeah, definitely. You can see the resemblance, but yeah, it's not quite Doug. Yeah. Amy, kids grow up really fast, so I hear. So, okay. Well, I think that about wraps up episode 3 of Welcome to Derry, The Thing in the Dark. And really interesting episode. I think the first episode was kind of like a prologue to the season, and now this was the season starting in earnest. They gave us a fake out introducing characters in episode 1 who we thought were some of the main characters, those few kids who got killed. And now it's like, okay, now these are our actual characters we're going to be following, the real ones, and just kind of introducing us and getting us acquainted with them. People like Leroy's wife Charlotte and her daughter and their daughter. Oh my God, I'm tired. Clearly, their son Will and Will's new friend, and we got to know Dick Halloran a little bit. So, this is kind of the show beginning in earnest and setting up the rest of the season. We got to know some key information. It was a really, in a lot of ways, it was a setup episode. It was setting up, the pairing of Dick Halloran and Leroy Hanlon, as the dynamic duo who are going to go up against it in some way. And, as the military tries to use it as a weapon against the communists, and in the Cold War, of course. And so we find out, okay, Leroy finds out about the secret mission that the military is undertaking and the role they want him to play. We find out that Leroy cannot feel fear. He's incapable of fear due to his brain injury, and he's the ultimate opponent to it as a result. We find out that Dick Halloran has special abilities, and that's why he's on the project, he's on the job, and he's got special privileges as a result. And so all of that is set up. And like Lily being sent back to the mental institution, who knows what that's setting up, but that's moving the plot forward. And just getting to know Leroy's family, that was all set up. So I think we're building toward a more action-packed episode 3, I predict. I think it's going to be more focused on the action now that the setup is out of the way. So I'm looking forward to that. I think it's going to be good. I'm very optimistic about episode 3. And you are welcome, Justin. Thank you for being here and being awesome as always. You're always the life of the party, or the life of the chat, as it were. So appreciate you as always. Appreciate you too, Amy. And I'm glad it's been fun for you. And it's always great to see you and everybody here. And Shadow Skulk. And like, I love, Shadow, that you have all this knowledge of the book, because I haven't had time to read the book. I was kicking myself that I didn't read the book before the series so that I would have more knowledge to draw on. I am listening to the audiobook, but it is a time investment. So in the meantime, it's very helpful to have someone who's read the book give us some insight into the story. So appreciate you. I love to see how you guys have been supportive of each other tonight in the chat too, and thank you for being there for each other. This is exactly the kind, supportive community I wanted for myself for so many years and didn't have. And just to see what this has become, and to see you guys actually engaging in this kind of support group kind of behavior that I wanted as a part of this community, that I wanted to see happen and I wanted to foster. That's heartwarming to me. I was so pleased to see that, and we'll always be there to support each other here. And I'm always here for you guys. You guys have been here for me when I've needed support, and I'm forever grateful for that. So thank you for that, as always. And thank you for being here and hanging out tonight and going through this episode. Finally, I appreciate you. I've had a brutal week. My pain continues to be completely out of control, and I have no idea when it's going to start to get better in any way. I'm doing what I can to try to manage it, but ever since I moved, my pain has just been unusually out of control. I think it was the strain of packing all my stuff and then driving long hours cross country in a car. It was just a lot for my body to handle with my pain condition. And so I've struggled to survive every day, even more than usual. And this week I've struggled to get my live streams done. That's why I kept postponing this stream, and apologies for that. And I really appreciate those of you who managed to show up for this stream. I know there are lots of things you could be doing with your Saturday night, other than being here. And I knew that by having to postpone it again, that I'd lose a lot of people potentially. And which I completely understand. People have other things to do. But yeah, for those of you who have been able to be here and hang out, thank you so much. I'm glad I finally got to do this. No matter how much pain I'm in, I was determined to get this done. It was my last chance. I was supposed to do this, I think, Monday, and then Tuesday, then Thursday, and then finally moved it to tonight. So I've postponed it so many times. This was my last chance. Tomorrow night is the new episode, and I was determined, come hell or high water, I was going to get through this. And I'm glad to say my pain has been better managed tonight than other nights this week, and I was able to get through it and enjoy it too. So finally, I can say that. That's some positive news, but I'm hanging by a thread here, and thankfully, because of this channel, I have an amazing support system now. So I'm not alone with my pain anymore. And that's thanks to this channel and the support of awesome people like you. That's how I met Carl. That's why I'm not alone anymore. That's how I met so many amazing friends like you guys. And I can't thank you all enough. I may be in horrible pain 24/7, but I'm not in it alone anymore. And that changes everything. So, anyway, Shadow said, I'm glad and happy to talk about it. I get excited. Well, I'm glad. I'm really glad. I love to hear from you. All of our loves and happy wishes. Well, same, right back at you. Amy said I wanted real friends, and I got that with you guys. Oh, well, I'm so glad, Amy. I wanted real friends too, and I never had real friends until I started my channel and until I joined the From fandom, really. And then I started making real friends, including you guys. So I'm so glad to hear that. That makes me happy. And thank you, Amy. I mean, because everyone, you've done so much for me. So my community can do anything for you in return, then that's really gratifying and satisfying to hear from me. And thank you, Amy. I'm doing whatever I can to try and feel better. I'm trying. I have tried some CBD before, Amy, and it didn't really work for me, but it was mixed with marijuana, medical marijuana. So I maybe need to try some CBD without that, because the marijuana didn't work for me. It seemed to make my pain worse, actually. Shadow says, I hope your pain starts to ease soon. The strain mentally and physically in moving is hard. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I hope. I'm trying. Moving was brutal. It really was on my body. I look forward to these streams no matter the day. Thank you. Well, you're welcome, and that makes me feel so good that anyone looks forward to this. Uh, that's so surreal to me. That anything that I'm doing here or that I created would be something that anyone out there in the world could be looking forward to. That it trips me out. It makes me feel so good. Thank you. And thank you for showing up. I truly appreciate it. Justin says, love you, Julie. Hope you can feel better soon. Give us an update on stem cells for inflammation. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the reminder on that, because I had forgotten that you suggested that. I need to make a note to look into that. I need to research that, because like right now it's just not looking like there are a lot of options for me that are going to work. I've started to lose a lot of hope. So maybe stem cells could do something. And the fact that you just said inflammation, that makes me think, that kind of gets the gears turning in my head. I didn't realize that the stem cell treatment is for inflammation. I think that I have major inflammation in my body because there was a week where they tried giving me prednisone just to see if it would do anything for the pain, and my pain seemed to be better managed with the prednisone. So I think I have crazy inflammation, but they aren't willing to keep me on steroids all the time, and it is really bad for the body to have to be on steroids. So maybe if stem cells treat inflammation, maybe that could actually help. There was also a week when I was sick with a bad cold, and I took a ton of ibuprofen around the clock, and I actually had better managed pain then too. So but you can't take ibuprofen nonstop around the clock normally. It's bad for the body. So again, that's something I need to look into then, the stem cells. Thank you for that reminder, Justin, and love you too. thank you so much for the well wishes, and I will definitely look into that. You all are the best. Love you all dearly. Yeah. Feel the same way about this whole community. Love you guys. All of you guys. You're wonderful. Hey, third shift lurker. Not only do you have fans, but friends, but fans as well. Aw. Well, that makes me feel so good. Thank you so much for popping in the chat to say that. And welcome, third shift lurker. Thank you. That's so cool. I love how there are people out there listening right now, and you know who you are, who don't come in the chat, but just want to be here and listen. I think that's awesome. And I have said from day one that I can't thank you all enough. Whether you're in the chat or you're just listening and chatting isn't for you, either you can't chat or you just, it's not your thing. I thank you all so much for being here, and I appreciate each and every one of you. However you're consuming these lives, whether you're listening on the replay later, shout out to the replay gang. I see you. I see the numbers go up after the live, and I appreciate you. And I've shouted out the lurkers from day one, because I know, like, you're so important to the success of any channel. Lurkers are like the backbone of a channel. Only a fraction of anyone's subscribers actually go into the live chat. And so I cannot thank you enough for your support. Thank you for popping in just to say that. That was really sweet. Thank you so much. And to think I have fans, you just tripped me out so much. That's crazy. I mean, who am I? I'm nobody. I'm nobody important. Uh, that's wild. Wow. Well, that's crazy. You guys made my night. Thank you so much. That's wild. Wow. Fans. Thank you so much. I'm just a regular person who never shuts up and needed people to talk to about my favorite shows. That's it, I'm no different than anybody else. But anyway, yes, W lurkers and W rewatchers, Justin. Hell yes. Love you guys. Shadow says inflammation and related symptoms is a huge issue for many people with trauma because of cortisone. Yeah, and I have a boatload of trauma. So yeah, I could totally see how that could be at the root of my problems, or at least some of them. You guys have given me a lot of food for thought, so thank you. Anyway, with that, almost at the 4-hour mark, so I'm going to say goodnight. I hope you guys all have a great weekend. I'm going to stream the next episode as usual when it drops at 9 p.m. Eastern Sunday night. So come hang out with us in the Discord if you want to watch with us. If you're not in the Discord, you can join via the link in the description of this video, and you'll find, if you scroll down, there's a watch party voice channel that's labeled It Welcome to Derry, and that's where we'll be doing the watch party as always. And it's always a good time to watch with friends. We will do the next stream on, I believe we're going to do it Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern. That's the plan. Now, I can't say 100% that's going to happen because sometimes my pain gets in the way, as we know. It could wind up getting postponed again, depending on how I feel. But as of now, the plan is Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern to break down episode 3 of Welcome to Derry. Then we're going to do a live with Doug. That will be either Wednesday or Thursday, which I've got to check with Doug about and nail down a day. Within the next day, I will do that and announce it for the week. But we are going to wrap up our Poor Player book club with Doug this week, where we're going to read the rest of the book and break it down. That's Doug's first novel. And for anyone who's not aware, Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From, he wrote a book and he was kind enough to share it with us for free. So anyone who wants a copy of his book, The Poor Player, which is a really fun story about an actor who becomes a spy, and he uses experiences from his own past as a young actor traveling Canada doing theater. It's a lot of fun, just like Doug. It's very funny. If you want a copy for free, you can email me at JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com, and I will send you a free PDF courtesy of Doug. And either Wednesday or Thursday this week at 10 p.m. Eastern, we'll break down the rest of the book. And you can ask any questions or comments you have of Doug. And if you want, you can call into the panel too. So that'll be Wednesday or Thursday. I will announce tomorrow which is it's going to be, and then Friday we'll do From Academy with Doc at 12:30 a.m. Eastern, as always. Now sometimes that's subject to change too, depending on my pain level, but as of now, I'm pretty sure that's going to go on. And yeah, that pretty much does it for the schedule for this week. Thanks, Justin. Please like and subscribe. Yes, I am trying to get to 2,000 subscribers. I'm currently sitting at 1.94K. So if you're listening and you're not subscribed for some reason, please hit that subscribe button. It is free. And maybe share with your friends. Anyone you know who's watching this series, for example. Welcome to Derry. And good night, Justin. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. And Amy and Shadow and everybody else listening and everyone on the replay. Thank you all so much. Good night, Shadow and Amy and Justin. Once again, hope you enjoy your weekend and have a great night or a great morning, and join us for the watch party Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern if you'd like in the Discord for episode 3 of Welcome to Derry. And I'll see you guys next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. And a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it so it zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us, drafts in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard album from's where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't